Chapter 620. After the man in black landed on the ground, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and restrictions appeared. In the blink of an eye, all the hidden meridians in the man in black were sealed. Wang Lin casually reached out and used the finger of death. With his cultivation level, he was able to see through the strangeness of the man in black. There was no origin energy inside this man's origin soul. Instead, it was replaced by a piece of jade the size of a fingernail. As a result, although this person was at the ascendant stage, he didn't have the domain of an ascendant cultivator. In Wang Lin's eyes, this person was just a brute. Needless to say, Wang Lin was already at the ascendant stage. Even if he wasn't, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with this person. However, in the eyes of others, Wang Lin's grab was like an explosion in their hearts. This caused the people of the Cultivation Alliance to freeze. The man in gold trembled and his face turned pale. If it wasn't for the fact that the path behind him was covered by the black fog, he would have immediately escaped. As for the other cultivators around him, they all stared dumbfoundedly at the middle-aged man that was smashed to the ground by Wang Lin. After a long time, none of them could say a word. Only Sun Yunshan's excitement had reached a peak. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to let out all the pressure he had been suppressing. The man in gold trembled and quickly said, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We are just representing the Cultivation Alliance to invite you to participate." Sun Yunshan sneered as he teleported more than 30 meters away and shouted, "Brother Wang, their goal is to capture you alive." Wang Lin had already seen Sun Yunshan, so he nodded slightly. The man in gold's face became even more pale. He viciously stared at Sun Yunshan and shouted, "Sun Yunshan, do you dare to betray the ancestor?" Sun Yunshan's body trembled. He was about to speak when Wang Lin casually waved his right hand. The golden-robed man seemed to be hit by a gentle breeze. With a bang, he exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. His nascent divinity flew out from the flesh and blood. It looked confused for a moment, but then it disappeared into the black fog in the sky. The smell of blood hadn't completely dissipated, but the eyes of the surrounding cultivators were filled with terror. They could never have imagined that Wang Lin's cultivation base would have reached such an unimaginable level. With a single swipe, he had captured the immortal guard, and with a wave of his hand, he had destroyed the golden-robed man's fleshly body. Late stage ascendant. He must be in the late stage of ascendant. Wang Lin did not look at the cultivators. He looked at Sun Yunshan and smiled. "Brother Sun, it's been a while." Sun Yunshan let out a long sigh and said bitterly, "Brother Wang, save me." Wang Lin's expression was as usual as he smiled and said, "Come in and talk." With that, his right hand grabbed the black-robed man on the ground, and he walked into the pagoda. Sun Yunshan hesitated for a bit before flying in and closely following. The shock in his heart was not any less than the other cultivators. It was even more. He remembered that before he entered the demon spirit land, Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. However, in just a few decades, Wang Lin had reached the ascendant stage. This shocked him, and at the same time, Wang Lin's figure became infinitely larger in his heart. At this moment, only the dozen or so cultivators remained in the air. None of them dared to leave or attack. They all stood in the air, their hearts filled with uneasiness. Inside the pagoda, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position. He took out a simple round table and a jug of wine. He poured a cup for Sun Yunshan and smiled. "Brother Sun, sit." Sun Yunshan cautiously stood on the side. After hesitating for a bit, he sat down across from Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, since you are here, if there is anything you need my help with, just say it." Wang Lin faintly smiled as he put down the wine jug and looked at Sun Yunshan. Sun Yunshan pondered for a bit before picking up the wine cup and drinking it all in one gulp. Then he grabbed the jug of wine and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking most of the jug, he put it down and looked at Wang Lin. He took a deep breath, pointed at the black-robed man, and said, "Brother Wang, this person has no name. His identity is a celestial guard. He and I both come from the same organization. This organization calls itself the Cultivation Earth Alliance." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he slowly said, "Celestial Guard." Sun Yinshan took another big gulp of wine. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "There's a person in the Cultivation Earth Alliance who calls himself the Celestial Realm Ancestor. His cultivation level is unfathomable, and the title of Celestial Guard was given by him. In addition, the Ancestor has a total of 10 Celestial Guards like him. Their strength is about the same. Back then, your battle with Demon General Mo Lehigh at Sky Demon Country's ancient demon city caught the attention of the Ancestor. For some unknown reason, he ordered people to capture you alive. You must have met those people who wanted to capture you at Sky Demon City. Then you disappeared in the Sky Demon Country, and this matter came to an end. However, a few months ago, someone somehow found out you were here and reported it to the Ancestor. Thus, he sent us to capture you again." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He remembered that back in Sky Demon City, some people did appear while he was listening to the zither music. In the end, the leader didn't hesitate to explode when he was captured. Wang Lin engraved that kind of madness in his heart. At that time, he thought it was one of the other demon generals, but after hearing what Sun Yinshan said, he realized that it was someone else. Sun Yinshan clenched his fist and continued, "Brother Wang, you don't know this. Back then, my little sister used some unknown method to come to the demon spirit land. She was bewitched by the Ancestor and became a member of the Cultivation Earth Alliance. After she met me, she tricked me into joining this organization. When I found out that something was wrong, the Ancestor appeared. With just one spell, he captured my 4 Uncle Masters. From then on, the 4 of them had their consciousnesses erased and became puppets. Even I had a celestial seed planted in me, so I had no control over myself." Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Sun Yinshan. This gaze caused Sun Yinshan's origin soul to tremble and feel like it was going to collapse. He even had a feeling that all the secrets in his heart were exposed to Wang Lin. This feeling only lasted for a moment before disappearing, but Sun Yinshan was covered in sweat. He looked at Wang Lin with awe in his eyes. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and pointed at Sun Yinshan's forehead. Suddenly, green lines appeared between Sun Yinshan's eyebrows. There were a lot of green lines, and they spread across Sun Yinshan's body. Wang Lin was surprised. His expression became serious as he carefully looked at the green tattoo. He closed his eyes and began to ponder. Sun Yinshan was very nervous. If he couldn't remove this celestial seed, then he would forever be controlled by the Ancestor and would never be free. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and slowly said, "The Ancestor called this restriction a celestial seed?" Sun Yinshan quickly nodded and said, "That is correct. The Ancestor said that this celestial seed was brought by him before the celestial realm collapsed. It is a celestial item, and aside from him, no one can remove it." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and he thought, "That black-robed man is called a Celestial Guard. That black-robed man is called an Immortal Guard. This strange restriction is called a Celestial Seed. This Ancestor even said that he came from the Celestial World. Could it be that Celestial Emperor Qing Lin? Although the possibility of this is too small, this strange restriction is indeed not an ordinary item. There's a vast amount of celestial qi coming from it. It should be an item from the celestial world." Wang Lin pondered for a moment. His right hand reached out and grabbed the Immortal Guard from afar. A trace of coldness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand directly pressed on the Immortal Guard's head. The soul-searching art was executed by Wang Lin. If this man in black was a real ascendant cultivator, Wang Lin wouldn't dare to be careless and search the soul of someone at the same level as him. However, this Celestial Guard didn't have any origin energy in his body. To put it bluntly, his ascendant cultivation was given to him by the broken jade in his origin soul. His real cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. During the soul-searching, Wang Lin's expression gradually became gloomy. This Celestial Guard's memory was very short. Only after he became a Celestial Guard. As for anything before that, it was a blank slate. Wang Lin loosened his right hand and slapped the Immortal Guard's origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of origin soul fire. He began to refine the celestial guard before Sun Yunshan. When Sun Yunshan saw this, his heart was filled with shock, but even more so, he was filled with endless awe and fear. As Wang Lin refined the celestial guard, his gaze swept past Sun Yunshan's face before withdrawing it. He naturally had a purpose for doing this. This alliance ancestor's origin was very strange, so Wang Lin couldn't just believe everything Sun Yunshan had said. He still needed to be on guard. The celestial guard's origin soul was quickly refined. The fingernail-sized jade inside the origin soul shined brightly and floated before Wang Lin. He stared at the jade and began to ponder. Although this jade didn't give off any celestial spiritual energy, when Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, he immediately found that it contained an unimaginably large amount of celestial spiritual energy. This celestial spiritual energy can't be absorbed because it seems to contain a will. When a cultivator's origin soul fuses with this jade, a cultivator equal to an early stage ascendant cultivator will appear. However, the success rate of this fusion is very low, or else the ancestor wouldn't only have 10 celestial guards. Also, this fusion was most likely not as simple as fusing with the broken jade. The crux of the matter should be the strand of will contained within it. Only by fusing with the will can we achieve true compatibility. There was a flash of pondering in Wang Lin's eyes. If the Alliance ancestor knew what Wang Lin was thinking, he would be shocked. It has to be said that he spent a lot of time to slowly figure this out. However, right now, Wang Lin was able to guess 70% to 80% of the truth with just a few speculations. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he slowly asked, "Where is the Alliance?" Chapter 621. Sun Yunshan immediately said, "The location of the Cultivator Alliance is at the northern border of the Fire Demon Country and the Gold Demon Country. That place is covered in miasma all year round, so it is very well hidden." After he finished speaking, he hesitated for a bit and then asked, "Brother Wang, are you planning to?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "I'm not confident in breaking your restriction, but I presume that ancestor should be able to." Sun Yunshan took a deep breath, stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Brother Wang, I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this. If one day I can return to planet Tianyun, I'll definitely repay you." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Brother Sun, there is no need to be like this. In truth, even if it wasn't for you, I would still have to go to the Cultivator Alliance. That ancestor has provoked me twice. If I don't act now, I'm afraid a third and fourth time will come." Sun Yunshan's voice was filled with sincerity. "Brother Wang, no matter what, I'll remember this." Wang Lin smiled and shook his head. He put away the broken jade and waved his sleeve. He took Sun Yunshan and disappeared from the pagoda. The moment they left the soul-refining tribe, Wang Lin casually waved his hand, and the dozen cultivators in the air disappeared without a trace. The war in the Fire Demon Country continued. The slaughter caused a large amount of blood to flow into the earth every day. The entire Fire Demon Country was filled with the smell of blood. The war between two countries would inevitably attract the attention of the other 7 countries, especially now that the Fire Demon Country was filled with slaughter and there weren't many demon soldiers left in the Sky Demon Country. All of this was an opportunity in the eyes of the other 7 countries, an opportunity that would only appear once in 10,000 years. On this day, at the northern border of the Fire Demon Country and the Gold Demon Country, a meteor flew across the sky from the miasma. The meteor disappeared outside the miasma to reveal Wang Lin. He waved his sleeve, and more than a dozen cultivators flew out and landed on the side. As for Sun Yunshan, he was standing beside Wang Lin. At this moment, he was both restless and excited. The two complicated emotions were anchored together, and it was inevitable that he would be in a trance. "Brother Sun, take the jade slip I gave you on the way here. There's a restriction in the jade slip. Although it can't completely dissolve the celestial seed, it can slow you down in times of danger. As Wang Lin spoke, he took a step forward and stepped into the thick miasma. He had some guesses about his celestial seed, but he still needed to meet the so-called celestial realm patriarch to be sure. In a castle deep within the miasma, the short old man was sitting cross-legged. Facing him were three beautiful women. One of them was Sun Yunshan's little sister, Sun Runin. Wisps of pink chi floated out of the three women's mouths, noses, orifices, and turned into illusionary shadows that circled around the old man's body as if they were dancing. These illusory figures gradually became corporeal and turned into fairies wearing colorful clothes. When the old man inhaled, they seemed to become fragrant and were sucked into his mouth. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the miasma, the short old man suddenly opened his eyes and a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the illusionary fairies around him all disappeared. As for the three women, their faces were filled with exhaustion. In fact, there were even signs of aging on their faces. Wang Lin stepped into the miasma. The surrounding miasma was very dense, and as he walked, the miasma seemed to have a mind of its own and circled around him. As Wang Lin moved forward, more and more miasma surrounded him. Ghostly howls came from all directions. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he said, "Using a soul spell in front of Wang is overestimating yourself." As he spoke, his hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Soul Vortex!" His voice fused with the seal, and the seal moved with his fingers. The surrounding miasma suddenly surged as if it was boiling and quickly gathered in front of Wang Lin. It was as if there was a vortex in front of Wang Lin that sucked in all of the surrounding miasma. In almost an instant, all of the miasma disappeared. For the first time in countless years, this place was exposed to the sun. There was a fist-sized ball of miasma in Wang Lin's hand, and it was releasing countless threads. There was a white castle in the distance, and outside the castle, there were nearly 100 cultivators floating in the air. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared dumbfoundedly at the ball of miasma in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he looked at the cultivators. Some of them were from the group that entered the demon spirit land with Wang Lin, and some were unfamiliar. However, there was one person that caused Wang Lin's eyes to light up. This person was a middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt. When the man in blue saw Wang Lin, he was startled for a moment. He subconsciously avoided Wang Lin's gaze and revealed a bitter expression. He was from a Heavenly Fate sect Blue Division that entered the Demon Spirit Land with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he slowly said, "Make way." With just one sentence, almost everyone subconsciously scattered. None of these people's cultivation levels were above the ascended stage, with the highest being at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Facing an ascendant cultivator who could condense the miasma here, they wisely chose to retreat. However, there were still some people who didn't know what to do. Perhaps they were relying on the support of the old ancestor from the celestial realm. A young man wearing a Taoist robe shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? Tell me your name. I'm from the Cultivation Earth Alliance." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin's cold gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into his eyes. The young man's words were pushed back by the blood he coughed out. Wang Lin cultivated the celestial slaughter art, so he had a killing heart. His gaze was like a corporeal object. The surrounding spectators all sucked in breaths of cold air and retreated a few more steps. The cultivators that didn't scatter the first time immediately changed their minds. They risked the danger of the restrictions in their bodies activating and quickly retreated. A straight path led directly to the castle. "Kill this man." A dignified voice came from within the castle. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators' faces immediately turned pale and they began to hesitate. Fortunately, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the castle and charged at Wang Lin. "Celestial Guard," one of the surrounding cultivators immediately said. It was unknown if it was intentional or if they were really that surprised. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. He didn't even look at the person that charged out from the castle. He took a step forward and calmly walked toward the castle. His pace wasn't fast, but everyone's eyes narrowed. At this moment, In the eyes of these cultivators, Wang Lin was like an elder of their sect. This kind of aura and calmness was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. Only someone with a certain level of confidence in their own cultivation could release this kind of aura. The Blue Division disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect looked at Wang Lin's figure with a complicated expression. He had heard about Wang Lin and personally witnessed the battle between Wang Lin and Chun Tao for the title of True Disciple of the Purple Division. At that time, Wang Lin's performance attracted a lot of attention, but that was it. After all, this Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to have any thoughts of underestimating Wang Lin. Not only did Wang Lin's cultivation level reach the ascendant stage in a short period of time, more importantly, he vaguely felt like he saw Tian Yunzi in Wang Lin. Although this feeling wasn't strong, it did exist. As a disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect and Tian Yunzi's disciple, he was very knowledgeable, so he naturally knew that all of this was due to his Tao. Being able to have this kind of feeling meant that Wang Lin had his own Tao. In the cultivation world, any cultivator who truly possessed their own Tao insight and stored this Tao insight in their heart, comprehended it from the heaven and earth, extracted it from the intent realm, and integrated it into their Tao insight was equivalent to having the qualifications to establish their own sect. In reality, all cultivators have their own Tao. However, it is extremely difficult to form this Tao intent. He actually reached this domain. The man in blue felt melancholy in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten about the celestial seed planted in his body. All he could think about was the unimaginable gap between Wang Lin, a barbarian from planet Suzaku who was ridiculed for coming from planet Suzaku, and now a grandmaster who had his own Tao. As Wang Lin stepped forward, the black shadow charged at him. When it was only 100 feet away, all kinds of spells arrived. This person's spells were related to beasts. When they were used, they turned into fierce beasts that opened their mouths to devour Wang Lin. Without the domain of the ascended stage, even if your cultivation level has reached the ascended stage, it will still be an illusion. One attack, Wang Lin pointed forward with his right index finger and softly said, "Then break." There was a flash of black light from his finger, and it turned into a ray of black gas that flew out. After Wang Lin reached the ascendant stage, his origin soul had fused with his domain and origin energy. With a wave of his hand, he could fuse his domain and celestial spiritual energy into an attack. In addition, he had his own Tao, so even when he casually used spells, his Tao would be fused into them. The finger of death descended and carried Wang Lin's Tao intent. It pierced through the illusory beasts and landed on the chest of the man in black that was charging out. The fierce beast shattered. The man in black died. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but because he had been forcefully raised to the ascendant stage, he didn't have the qualifications to dodge the attack of a true ascendant cultivator like Wang Lin. An extremely serious voice came from the castle. "Who are you?" From beginning to end, Wang Lin's footsteps didn't stop at all as he walked toward the White Castle. To be honest, Jin let out a sigh of relief after completing his promise. Now he had to go to the hospital and might not come back tonight. Even if he did come back, it would be very late. He hoped that when he came back, there would be a miracle with the monthly votes. He really hoped for a miracle. Everyone, Jin begs you to carefully check if you still have any monthly votes left. Don't forget, it doesn't matter if you don't have any monthly votes. The Renegade Celestial is currently in the breakthrough stage, so there are very few recommendation votes. Ever since Jin started writing the Renegade Celestial, he had recommended more than 10,000 votes a week, and that was only 2 times. Compared to other great gods who could get more than 10,000 votes a week, Jin's votes were really insignificant. Chapter 622. You have provoked Wang twice, and today Wang personally came. Why are you asking me who I am? Wang Lin's voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. His surname is Wang. Old man doesn't remember offending someone with the surname Wang. Inside the castle, the short old man's expression was gloomy. With his cultivation level, He could tell at a glance that Wang Lin was not ordinary. This person had truly reached the early stage of ascendant, and most importantly, this person had his own Tao. He should be Wang Lin. Sun Yunshan's little sister, Sun Runin, softly said Wang Lin. The short old man was startled, and his expression immediately became gloomy. He didn't think that the person he wanted to capture and turn into a celestial guard would have this kind of cultivation level. If he knew about this, then with his personality, he wouldn't have provoked Wang Lin. The short old man pondered a bit and slowly said, Wang Daoyu, I have offended you before. I was reckless, but you killed 2 of my celestial guards. Today, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave. From now on, you and I will not offend each other. The short old man pondered for a moment and said slowly. His words were heard by the 3 women, and their eyes were filled with shock. The 3 of them knew the ancestor's temper very well. They knew that although this person's cultivation level was high, he was very narrow-minded. Now that he was being forced into his home, not only did he not attack, he even let Wang Lin leave. In particular, Sun Runin didn't have a deep impression of Wang Lin. However, she believed that no matter how powerful Wang Lin was, he couldn't compare to the ancestor. It has to be said that the ancestor was a celestial, and with just one spell, he was able to control 4 peak late-stage soul transformation cultivators. Not to mention the 8 celestial guards under the ancestor's command. She didn't believe that if they attacked together, the 8 celestial guards would lose. Hearing the ancestor's words, Wang Lin stepped forward and shook his head. 2 celestial guardians are just 2 pieces of broken jade. How can they make up for the offense you provoked? The expression of a short old man inside the castle changed. His eyes shined brightly, and he gloomily said, What an arrogant person. A mere early-stage ascendant cultivator. Do you really think the old man can't kill you? 8 celestial guards summoned the celestial emperor to kill this person. After he finished speaking, 8 figures suddenly flew out from the castle. There were men and women among the 8 of them. Their figures were like lightning, and they gave off a powerful pressure and aura of ascendance cultivators. Wang Lin's expression was as calm as ever as he coldly stared at the 8 silhouettes. The 8 silhouettes flickered and immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground. Their positions seemed to contain some sort of law as their hands continuously formed seals. An aura containing celestial force burst out from their bodies and fused in the air in a strange way, turning into an illusory figure. At this moment, waves of celestial force spread out in all directions as the figure appeared. This illusionary figure gradually turned corporeal and turned into a middle-aged man wearing a celestial robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a long, blue sword in his hand. An aura comparable to the might of the heavens came from this illusionary figure. At this moment, all the surrounding cultivators immediately knelt down and respectfully said, Cultivators from the lower realm greet the celestial emperor. The old man's proud laughter came from inside the castle. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice as he shouted, Wang Lin, the old man won't hide this from you. I am originally from the celestial realm, and after the celestial realm shattered, I came here by chance. All of the old man's spells are real celestial spells, so how can you resist them? It's not too late for you to leave now. If you anger the old man again, you will without a doubt die. Wang Lin looked at the illusionary figure holding the blue sword, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and the world suddenly darkened. A river of underworld descended from the sky and surrounded Wang Lin, then charged directly at the illusionary figure. At this moment, all the celestial spiritual energy in the 8 celestial guards erupted like a storm. Like a flood, the celestial spiritual energy flowed out of their bodies and entered the illusionary figure. At this moment, an unimaginable sense of majesty spread out from the middle-aged man. The eyes of the illusionary figure seemed to become intelligent as he stared at Wang Lin and pointed the blue sword in his hand forward. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He didn't attack with his finger, but he felt like he wanted to retreat. It was as if he didn't retreat, this finger would cause his origin soul to collapse. This feeling was very strong, but it wasn't like Wang Lin hadn't experienced it before. The divine retribution back then was also this powerful. Wang Lin cultivated against the heavens, so his Tao heart was abnormally firm. At this moment, he forcibly stopped himself from retreating. Not only did he not retreat, but he took another step forward. However, this step was still in the air when the 8 celestial guards all coughed out blood. Their eyes dimmed. The blood they coughed out contained all the celestial spiritual energy and vitality in their bodies. These 8 mouthfuls of blood were instantly absorbed by the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's gaze became even more intelligent as he stared at Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin's foot was about to land, he opened his mouth and let out a silent word. This word was silent, but in Wang Lin's ears, there was an unimaginable rumble of thunder. Wang Lin let out a deep breath and closed his eyes. His footsteps suddenly fell. The moment his foot landed, the 8 celestial guards trembled and no longer had any spirit in their eyes. At the same time, the underworld river swept across the area and shattered the middle-aged man's figure. That terrifying feeling disappeared like smoke in thin air. What a powerful illusion attack! There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He let out a cold snort and stepped forward again. With one step, he entered the underworld river and moved with it. He was like a yellow dragon that directly passed through the 8 celestial guards sitting on the ground. The moment he passed through, the 8 celestial guards collapsed one by one and fell into the underworld river. They would never be able to escape reincarnation. 8 ordinary broken jades flew out and were caught by Wang Lin. He threw them into his bag of holding. An angry roar came from the castle, and an extremely pure celestial spiritual energy erupted from inside. It turned into a compressed celestial spiritual energy that shot out toward Wang Lin. The underworld river around Wang Lin suddenly rose from the ground and formed a giant pillar that supported the heavens and earth. Wang Lin was inside it, and the celestial spiritual energy entered the underworld river and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin was inside the underworld river as he softly said, "Open!" The underworld river suddenly spread out, forming a vortex that swept across the area. The white castle instantly collapsed, and a rumbling sound came from the ground. The short old man charged out and floated in the air. Behind him, the 3 women that were cultivating with him also flew out and coldly watched from aside. The short old man had shifty eyes and didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a thief. He angrily shouted at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, the old man has endured it several times to not be your enemy, but you are too ungrateful. Since you're a cultivator from the lower realm, it is not easy for you to cultivate. If you leave now, the old man will let bygones be bygones. But if you continue to stay, don't blame the old man for being merciless and killing you." Wang Lin's eyes flickered coldly, but he didn't say anything. He pointed out with his right hand, and a finger of death shot out toward the old man. The old man's expression changed, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly spat out a thick stream of celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy surrounded the finger of death, and sizzling sounds could be heard as the 2 forces dissipated. "Wang Lin, you forced me to do this." The short old man's expression was dark as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a fist-sized green jade. The old man's hands formed a seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Celestial seed." The green jade stone immediately trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it began to squirm strangely. In an instant, it turned into countless long green threads. With a sharp buzzing sound, it spread out like a group of snakes dancing in a chaotic manner. The moment the green threads appeared, the expressions of all the surrounding cultivators became ugly and their eyes were filled with fear. Looking at the countless green threads, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "Celestial beast food." The surrounding cultivators didn't understand what he meant, but the short old man's expression changed once more. He exclaimed, "You recognize it." When Wang Lin saw the green threads, he felt like he had seen them before. Thinking about it carefully, this green thread was clearly the celestial beast food he saw when he entered the cave with the Delu Sword sect disciples in the celestial realm. He didn't have time to point this out to Sun Shan. The short old man didn't care about how Wang Lin knew about this celestial beast food. Ever since he obtained it, he had never been able to control it. Now that he had taken it out, it was clear that he was planning on risking his life. In truth, as a mid-stage ascendant cultivator, he shouldn't have such a mentality, but there was an unspeakable pain in his heart, which was why he did this. "Devour him for me." As the short old man roared, his hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the countless green threads coming from the green stone. Hundreds and thousands of green threads charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back then, he had encountered a celestial grain army that was hundreds or thousands of times larger than this. Now that he saw less than 1,000 celestial grains, he wasn't nervous at all. He slapped his bag of holding, and a normal soul flag appeared in his hand. Before Wang Lin came here, he had his suspicions, so he was naturally prepared. With the soul flag in his hand, he shook it, and the Qilin beast he found in the soul refining sect flew out. Although this beast was the soul of a Qilin, it more or less contained a trace of its inheritance. When it appeared, it let out a roar and its body trembled. Its large head stared at the celestial feed that was charging at it. The Qilin's eyes suddenly released a mysterious light. This gaze was like that of a ghost that had been starving for tens of thousands of years and finally saw food. Chapter 623. Celestial Qilin. When the short old man saw that Wang Lin had released a Qilin, he immediately knew that something was wrong. When he saw the Qilin's eyes, he was even more shocked. He looked at the celestial grains that were charging at the Qilin. The moment the Qilin appeared, they all trembled as if they had met their natural enemy. They let out sharp, trembling cries and didn't hesitate to turn around and escape. It wasn't just the celestial grains in the sky that were affected. Even the cultivators on the ground were trembling as if they were enduring great pain. Blue lines appeared between their eyebrows and quickly condensed into one point. Seeing that the celestial grains were about to escape, the Qilin let out an invisible breath from its nose and let out a roar. This roar seemed to contain a mysterious force that caused all the celestial grains to tremble and no longer dare to run. The Qilin took a step and arrived next to the celestial grains in the air. It inhaled, and all of the celestial grains were sucked into the Qilin's mouth. The Qilin turned them into a very nutritious energy for celestial beasts. This scene caused the short old man to be dumbfounded. The Qilin stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. It then stared at the blue lines between the eyebrows of the cultivators on the ground. It was obvious that it wasn't full yet. The short old man's expression was unsightly. He quickly took out another object from his bag of holding. It was a brush. The brush was sparkling and translucent, but the tip of the brush was white, as if it had never been dyed with ink. The moment this item appeared, it immediately gave off a sense of majesty. Under this majesty, even the Qilin couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. After he took it out, he stared at Wang Lin with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Little Wang Lin, since you recognize the celestial grains, do you recognize the item in the old man's hand?" Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. He slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot flew out and landed on the side. After receiving the Real inheritance, the slow activation time of the war chariot had disappeared. I'm sure you don't know about this item. Let me tell you, this item was with the old man when he was in the immortal world. It was used by the old man to enlighten cultivators in the lower realm. The old man really thinks that your cultivation is not easy. You still don't want to scram immediately. If you scram too late, the old man will really make a move. The short old man shouted. Wang Lin looked at the old man and slowly said, "You don't need to tell me to leave again and again. Wang has already seen that although you are at the mid-stage of Ascendant, you are the same as those celestial guards and have no origin energy in your body." The short old man's biggest secret was exposed by Wang Lin, and he became angry out of humiliation. He swung the brush in his hand forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, He drew a rune with the tip of the brush. As soon as the rune appeared, a vast amount of power came from it. For the first time, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but this surprise quickly turned into a burning gaze. He stared at the rune, and then his gaze moved to the brush. The passion in his eyes was immediately replaced by an unimaginable joy. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this rune. It was exactly the same as the rune he had seen on the path of the dragon outside the celestial cave. He had studied this rune many times, but it didn't give him any power after he drew it. He was still unable to achieve the same effect as when he fused the 4 strokes. This was one of his regrets. However, at this moment, he saw the rune in the short old man's hand again. Although it was only 1 stroke, it was truly drawn and contained a powerful force. Wang Lin's gaze caused the short old man's heart to tremble. He wasn't unfamiliar with this gaze. When the Qilin saw the celestial grain he threw out, it revealed the exact same gaze. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body was filled with battle intent he hadn't had since he entered this place. He pointed at the war chariot and shouted, "Thunder Beast!" Bursts of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the god-slaying war chariot. At the same time, a thunder beast with a silver horn on its head and a body like a Qilin appeared. The moment it appeared, it let out a roar and charged into the sky. It caused the heavenly thunder to rumble, and the entire sky was covered in bolts of lightning. Just at this moment, the Qilin on the side also let out a roar. Although its roar wasn't as powerful as the thunder beast's, it wasn't weak either. This roar caused the green balls between the eyebrows of the surrounding cultivators to fly out of their bodies and be devoured by the Qilin. At this moment, the rune drawn by the brush flew out toward Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the thunder beast let out a roar and took a step forward. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, creating a shocking scene that looked like a rain of lightning. A series of bolts of lightning descended from the sky and landed on the rune. Although this rune was very powerful, the short old man only knew how to draw 1 stroke and wasn't able to use its true power. He could only watch as the rune gradually collapsed under the endless bolts of lightning. After being stunned for a moment, the short old man's body trembled. He was scared, and without a word, he turned around and ran. Over the past few hundred years, after a fortuitous encounter, he had been acting like a tyrant. He used celestial grains to control a large amount of cultivators, but he was very cautious. It could even be said that he was very timid. He never provoked ascendant cultivators or demon commanders. His timidity was innate. Back then, he had clearly reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation, but he didn't have the courage to try to reach the ascended stage. He was afraid of death. However, this caution was gradually thrown to the back of his mind after he had 10 celestial guards. He began to capture more cultivators to fuse with the broken jade in hopes of training more celestial guards. Where did this damn Wang Lin come from? How could he be so strong? Damn it. If I can escape this calamity, I'll definitely kill the cultivator who sent this information back to ancient Demon City. As a short old man escaped, he cursed crazily in his heart. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with fire. Even if he had to use all the celestial spiritual energy in his body, he couldn't let this short old man escape. His eyes were red, and this red wasn't caused by killing, but by the treasure on the old man's body. In Wang Lin's eyes, this old man was a moving treasure trove. Wang Lin was very confused. If this person had such a treasure on him, why hadn't anyone come to steal it after so many years? He didn't know that this short old man was timid and cautious, and it was only in the past few decades that he slowly became bold. In the past, when this old man captured cultivators, he would usually target lone disciples from small sections. It wasn't until recently that he dared to make a move against large sections. Capturing the Heavenly Fate sect's Blue Division disciple was an extremely bold move by this short old man. Although this short old man's cultivation was at the mid-stage of Ascendant, he had also used a special method to increase his cultivation. As a result, he could still fight against some weak early-stage Ascendant cultivators, but against someone like Wang Lin, who could fight against a cultivator at the mid-stage of Ascendant, he was insignificant. Also, although his treasures were strong, he couldn't really use any of them. He only knew a little about them, and being able to use 1% of their power was already his limit. The short old man quickly escaped. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was still a late-stage soul transformation cultivator and was being chased by powerful cultivators. His heart was filled with anger as he viciously cursed Wang Lin. However, a ray of black light immediately came from behind him. The old man quickly used the brush in his hand to draw a symbol to block Wang Lin's spell. Then, he mercilessly stomped his right foot, and his entire body was covered in flames. The flames were instantly extinguished, and his figure disappeared. The red light in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Although this short old man's other abilities were weak, his escape spells were endless. In half an hour, he had already used spells that stunned even Wang Lin no less than 10 times. This was the 11th escape spell that was completely different from the previous ones. Wang Lin sneered as his body moved, and his divine sense spread out. He immediately found the short old man 30,000 kilometers away. The flames around the old man's body disappeared, and he was quickly flying when he suddenly revealed a bitter expression. In the distance, Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the void and charged at him. A look of hesitation appeared in the old man's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the brush off into the distance. Ripples appeared around the brush as it pierced through the air, seemingly on the verge of flying off into the distance. After the old man threw the brush, he immediately formed a seal with both hands, and a golden aura surrounded his body. He immediately charged out, and his speed was 100 times faster than before. Wang Lin, little brat, that celestial brush is a real celestial item. Now that it has fallen into the void, it will be difficult for you to find it again. The short old man's voice slowly came from the distance. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he grabbed his bag of holding. The celestial sword and the black curved blade flew out, and Su Ligua appeared. He didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and already knew what he was going to do. He let out an arrogant roar and excitedly shouted, "Wang Lin, faster, faster! Catch that brush for this old man!" The black saber flashed and disappeared. It took Su Ligua and chased into the void. Wang Lin took a step forward and used the greater teleportation spell to chase after the short old man. While the old man was running for his life, he noticed that Wang Lin was chasing him again. He immediately shouted in his heart, What does he want? I've already thrown away the celestial brush. Why won't he let me go?" His divine sense noticed that Wang Lin was closing in at an extremely fast speed. The old man clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding to take out a green net. Compared to the God-sealing brush, my control over the celestial capture net is even weaker. I've never used it against an enemy before. I beg you, celestial capture net. This time, you have to recognize the enemy. I was the one who saved you all back then, so we were able to meet. This is fate, right? You have to not tie me up this time. The short old man muttered to himself. He really didn't want to use the celestial capture net unless he had no other choice. This net was too strange in his eyes. Ever since he obtained it, he had only used it once when no one was around to see how powerful it was. However, he didn't expect the net to tie him up for 3 days. After that, he hesitated for a long time. Unwilling to give up, he used it again with a trembling hand. In the end, he still tied himself up for 3 days. Only the third time did he manage to tie up a piece of wood he used for his experiment. In the last 7 hours, he knew that everyone had tried their best and didn't surpass 5th place. It didn't matter. We'll fight again on the first day. Chapter 624. The short old man's face was filled with sorrow as he held the celestial capture net. He no longer ran and just stood there. He knew that he was only a shell of a mid-stage ascendant cultivator. Compared to Wang Lin, who had his own Dao and had reached the ascendant stage, it would be too difficult for him to escape. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. It was better to take a gamble. If the celestial capture net was in a good mood, it could trap Wang Lin for 3 days. If he wanted to escape during these 3 days, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to catch him. If he didn't escape and captured Wang Lin with some medicine, he might be able to refine Wang Lin into a true low-grade celestial guard like the one recorded in the Jade. Thinking about the power of a low-grade celestial guard recorded in the mysterious Jade, the short old man's heart couldn't help but pound. The celestial guardians he refined were actually defective products that didn't conform to the records on the mysterious Jade slip. According to the Jade slip, refining a nascent soul cultivator into a celestial guardian had an extremely low success rate. If it was an ascendant cultivator, the success rate would increase a bit, but it was still very low. Only peak late-stage ascendant cultivators would have a success rate of 1 in 10,000. Of course, there were special cases. If it was a cultivator with their own Tao, they could also have a success rate of 1 in 10,000. With this thought in mind, the old man grabbed the celestial capture net. A few moments later, Wang Lin stepped out from the void before the old man. The moment he appeared, the old man let out a roar and the celestial capture net flew out. In an instant, it expanded infinitely, as if it had become the sky of the world and the earth. Wang Lin's divine sense had already noticed the net in the old man's hand. With his cautiousness, he secretly analyzed that the old man's treasure was not ordinary. After taking out the treasure, the old man didn't even try to escape. This showed that the old man was very confident in the power of the treasure. Although he didn't know why the old man didn't take out the treasure before, Wang Lin became even more vigilant. The moment he appeared, countless teleportation abilities were compressed under his feet. With just a thought, he could forcibly pass through anywhere in the surroundings. The immortal capturing net fused with the heavens and the earth, and a green light flashed in the sky. At the same time, green light also flashed from the ground. The two green lights suddenly rushed out and converged with each other. Tie him up, tie him up, tie him up. The short old man seemed to have gone mad as he stared at the green light. From the start of muttering to a crazy roar. Tie him up. We have to tie him up. The old man's face was bright red, and he clenched his fists tightly. Veins were bulging on his face. Wang Lin coldly snorted. This green light was too strange. Wang Lin's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. With Wang Lin's cautiousness, he immediately tried to use a greater teleportation to avoid this green light. However, at this moment, the green light suddenly increased in speed and rapidly shrank. However, its target wasn't Wang Lin. It was the short old man who seemed to have gone mad. The old man's face was pale, and he quickly retreated. He repeatedly said, "Don't tie me up. Don't tie me up. I saved you. You can't tie me up. Don't tie me up. I beg you. Immortal capturing net. Let me live." While Wang Lin was still in a daze, the green light flashed and instantly surrounded the short old man. The old man's body flickered, and his body emitted flames as he tried to escape. However, the flames dissipated as soon as they appeared. The old man's face was filled with sorrow as he cursed, "You double-crossing immortal capturing net. You only know how to tie me up. You never tie up your enemies." As he spoke, the old man's body emitted a golden light, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. "Your original master must have died because of you." The bitterness in the old man's heart could no longer be expressed with words. He cast his abilities one after another, but no matter how he cast more than 10 different escape abilities, they were all useless in the end. He could only watch helplessly as the azure light completely drowned him. The green light dissipated and turned into an immortal capturing net that flickered with a faint green light. It tightly bound the short old man from head to toe. He couldn't even move a finger, and his body was directly sent to Wang Lin by the immortal capturing net. Wang Lin had fought countless enemies in his life, but it was the first time in more than 700 years that he had personally seen his opponent being tied up by his own magic treasure and sent to him. Wang Lin believed that even if another 7,000 years passed, it would be extremely difficult to encounter a similar scene again. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, after seeing this scene, he was still stunned. This showed how shocked he was. Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, at the same time, his fear of the immortal capturing net reached an unimaginable level. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that no matter what kind of spells the old man used, They were all ineffective against the immortal capturing net. The old man who was tied up by the immortal capturing net and sent to Wang Lin felt even more sullen when he saw Wang Lin's expression. He angrily said, "Have you never seen someone deliver themselves to your doorstep? Old man, my magic treasure is ineffective. This won't do." Even with Wang Lin's temperament, after hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. This kind of smile was extremely rare on him. The short old man let out a snort. At this moment, he was ready to throw caution to the wind. His cowardly temperament was suppressed by endless sullenness. He believed that he was the most wronged out of all the cultivators in the cultivation world. He clearly had a great fortune that countless people would go crazy for. But in the end, he was also destroyed by the magic treasure he obtained from that great fortune. Oomph. Old man was unlucky this time. If you want to kill me, do as you see fit. Although he said this, he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Wang Lin withdrew his smile and returned to his usual cold self. He grabbed the old man with his right hand, and his body flickered as he disappeared. Most of the cultivators at the castle had already escaped while Wang Lin was chasing them. Without the celestial seeds, they had regained their freedom. However, some didn't leave, and Sun Runin was one of them. At this moment, she was staring at the sky with a complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Wang Lin stepped out from the void and coldly looked around. There were only a few people left. When they saw Wang Lin, they respectfully clasped their hands and expressed their gratitude. Only Sun Runin acted as if she didn't see Wang Lin. She continued to stare at the sky in a daze. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the remaining cultivators as a sign of acknowledgement. His left hand reached out and grabbed Sun Runin. Then he quickly flew off into the distance. The remaining cultivators had been waiting for Wang Lin to return to express their gratitude. When they saw Wang Lin leave, they thought back to everything that had happened in the past few years and felt like a dream. They said their goodbyes and scattered. "Let me go. Why do you have to capture me?" After Sun Runin was grabbed by Wang Lin, she immediately became sober and began to struggle. "Shut up." Wang Lin's voice was like a cold wind that landed on Sun Runin's body, causing her to tremble. However, she quickly let out a cold laugh and said, "I know why you want to capture me. You want to use me as a cultivation vessel, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to come, then come. Just let me go." As Wang Lin flew, he turned his head and looked at the woman. His gaze was merciless, as if he was looking at a corpse. He slowly said, "You don't have a right to be my cultivation vessel." Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. With one step, he was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Sun Yinshan anxiously stood on the ground. There were more than 10 cultivators lying on the ground next to him. Just as he was feeling nervous, his eyes suddenly focused. Off in the distance, a ray of light appeared. It was Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's hands was a man and a woman. Sun Yinshan's gaze first fell on the familiar woman. Runin. Sun Yinshan's eyes were filled with joy, but it was soon replaced by a complicated expression. His gaze moved away. This time he looked at Wang Lin's right hand. Patriarch. Even though Sun Yinshan had prepared himself for this, he was still shocked by what he saw. Wang Lin landed on the ground and threw Sun Runin towards Sun Yinshan. At the same time, his left hand reached out and the Qilin beast flew over. The moment the Qilin beast appeared, the more than 10 cultivators on the ground, as well as the green mark on Sun Yinshan's forehead, trembled and flew into the Qilin's mouth. The Qilin beast seemed to be very happy. It let out a roar and turned into a soul that flew into Wang Lin's soul flag. "Brother Sun, the restriction has been broken and your sister has been rescued. You will have to find your martial uncles. As for the one in my soul refining tribe, I will release him. Goodbye." With that, Wang Lin grabbed the short old man who claimed to be from the celestial world and teleported away. He was too lazy to pay attention to the dispute between this brother and sister pair. In the soul refining tribe, inside the pagoda, Wang Lin's figure appeared. He casually threw the short old man to the ground and sat down in the lotus position. His eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding, and 3 rays of sword energy flew out. They floated next to the old man. The tips of the swords gave off a cold aura and pressed against the old man's skin. These three swords were the Zishu, Mo Yang, and Haiju swords. After Wang Lin refined them and fused the sword energy inside them, he was able to master the sword formation and activate it. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's three-talent sword formation. I wonder if you have heard of it. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but when it landed in the old man's ears, his body trembled. His small eyes quickly looked at the treasured sword next to him. If you make any strange movements when the celestial capture net is released, I'll let you know the mysteries of the Sword Saint's three-talent formation, Wang Lin slowly said. He found out about the three-talent sword formation when he was searching for Haiju's soul. The 12 swords formed the three-talent sword formation with 3 as the number. If all 12 swords were used at the same time, it would become the Heaven Kill 12 Earth Sword formation that Ling Tianho was so proud of. Now tell me what your identity is. With Wang Lin's life experience, he could tell at a glance that this person was extremely timid. His words contained a devilish tone as he said, "If you don't tell me, then I'll use the soul search spell to refine your soul so you can never enter the reincarnation cycle." Brothers, May is here. Double the 7-day monthly tickets. Let the celestial renegade, celestial world, create a miracle in May. My ears are here, begging for monthly tickets. I'm going to kill my way into the top 5 of the celestial world. Brothers, the time to fight has arrived. To be continued. Chapter 625. The short old man's body trembled, but his eyes were still wide open. Old man is from the celestial realm. You dare to be disrespectful to me. Before the old man could finish speaking, Wang Lin frowned and coldly looked at the old man. He slowly raised his right hand, and there was a flash of ghostly light. He didn't waste time talking to the old man. He condensed the soul search spell in his hand and pressed it against the old man's forehead. The old man let out a scream, but his body was tied up by the celestial capture net. He couldn't dodge at all. His eyes were filled with fear as he quickly shouted, I'll talk. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand was about to press down when his expression suddenly changed. He pulled back his hand and looked outside the tower. He saw the black fog above the soul refining tribe suddenly open up a path, and the sound of a blade piercing through the air came from the black fog. The black blade was as fast as lightning. In a flash, it closed in on the pagoda. Suliwa's body merged with the black blade. He grabbed a brush and entered the pagoda in an instant. He had a fawning expression and said, Master, little Su has brought back this magic treasure for you. I'm so tired. Master, you don't know how fast this thing can run. Not bad. Wang Lin nodded. His right hand reached out and the brush flew into his hand. He immediately felt dense, celestial spiritual energy move through the brush, and in addition, there was also a powerful pressure inside. Hearing Wang Lin's praise, Suliwa smiled. Ever since his betrayal failed, he always wanted to find a chance to make a contribution. This time, he finally found a chance. Wang Lin ignored Suliwa and the black blade. He held the brush and closed his eyes. The celestial spiritual energy in his body flowed into the brush. At this instant, a sliver of golden light came from the tip of the brush. As Wang Lin's celestial spiritual energy entered the brush, the golden light became brighter and brighter until it lit up the entire pagoda. From a distance, the pagoda was covered in golden light, and even the pagoda was shining brightly. At this moment, all the members of the soul refining tribe revealed pious expressions. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward the pagoda. When the old man tied up by the celestial capture net saw the dazzling light coming from the brush in Wang Lin's hand, his pupils shrank. A sour feeling rose in his heart. Although the first time he held the brush, there was a golden light, compared to now, it was like a sun or a firefly. So what if the golden light is bright? I don't believe he can understand how to use the celestial brush without the old man's guidance. You have to know that if the old man didn't have a jade, he wouldn't have known the spell of the celestial brush. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the old man's talent. The short old man thought to himself with a hint of pride in his eyes. However, the pride in his eyes immediately turned into shock. There was even a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He waved the celestial brush in his hand and drew a one-stroke rune. This, this is impossible. It must be that this person's aptitude is only slightly inferior to mine, so after seeing me use it once, he immediately learned this rune. There's no anchor, that's it. The short old man had just thought of this when the next scene caused him to cry out involuntarily. At this moment, a faint golden light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved the celestial brush in his hand again and added another stroke to the one-stroke rune. It was a two-stroke rune. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. He drew another stroke. In an instant, a three-stroke rune that was as bright as the sun descended in front of him. The moment the rune was formed, the celestial spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body automatically moved and fused with the rune through his finger. The three-stroke rune looked perfect in the eyes of Su Ligua and the short old man, as if it contained the imprint of the heavenly Tao. Bursts of golden light immediately shined from the rune and came out of the pagoda. It replaced the golden light on the tip of the brush and shrouded the heavens and the earth. The black fog that the 1 billion soul flag had turned into immediately melted like snowflakes and retreated in a circle, revealing the blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes shined with golden light as he calmly looked at the three-stroke rune. The celestial brush in his hand stopped moving and stopped in the air. His white robe moved without any wind, and his long hair scattered in the wind. The feeling of a real, celestial suddenly spread out from his body. He held the celestial brush like a celestial drawing. The golden light in his eyes seemed to contain the heavenly Tao and a sense of majesty. Su Ligua was dumbfounded. The golden light on Wang Lin's body made his eyes sting. The golden light made him feel like he was facing an existence he couldn't resist. It was as if Wang Lin could make him disappear with a single thought. Although he had felt this before, it wasn't very deep. However, at this moment, this feeling was deeply engraved in his heart. As for the short old man, he stared blankly at Wang Lin. The shock in his eyes was monstrous as he exclaimed, "Celestial, Celestial Emperor!" Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed the celestial brush in his hand forward. The rune immediately dissipated into specks of golden light that seeped out of the pagoda and merged with the world. "Now, tell me your identity." The golden light in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dimmed, but his gaze was like lightning as it pierced through the short old man's eyes and nailed into the old man's heart. The heavenly devil voice was used by Wang Lin at this moment. His voice seemed to contain an endless power that entered the old man's ears and wrapped around his origin soul like silk. The reason Wang Lin didn't use the soul search spell was because although the old man only had the frame of a mid-stage ascendant cultivator, his origin soul contained celestial spiritual energy that was completely different from the celestial guards. With how cautious Wang Lin was, he wouldn't use the soul search spell unless he was 100% confident. The short old man's eyes were hollow as he muttered to himself, "I'm a cultivator from the refining feather sect. My name is Huang Yu. Back then, I came to the demon spirit land because I was being chased by my enemies. I didn't dare to leave, so I chose to stay here. This place is good. As long as I am careful, there will be no danger." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Where did you get the celestial seed and celestial treasures in the demon spirit land?" "Back then, when I came to this place, I accidentally entered an abandoned cave and obtained it there," said the old man. "Aside from the celestial seed and celestial brush, what else did you obtain?" There was a hint of fanaticism in Wang Lin's eyes. The old man muttered, "I obtained a total of 2 bags of holding. One of them didn't have a divine sense imprint and contained things like the celestial capture net and a piece of jade. The other bag had a divine sense imprint, so I couldn't open it. However, that bag was stolen by someone." Wang Lin's eyes became serious, and he asked, "Who stole that bag?" "It was a pair of cultivation companions. Fortunately, I kept the 2 bags separately and imprinted my divine sense on the one that I could open. Otherwise, they would have been stolen." The hollowness in the old man's eyes became even stronger, but when he talked about the cultivation companions, his tone was filled with hatred. It was obvious that this matter was a great blow to him. Thinking about it, it made sense. Anyone who had just obtained a treasure and then had it stolen by someone else would have a deep impression of it and would never forget it. After carefully asking about the appearance of the cultivation companions, Wang Lin asked, "What was recorded on the jade?" The old man honestly said, "It recorded how to use several celestial treasures and celestial spells. There was also a method to make a celestial guard puppet. However, there was a restriction on the jade, so I couldn't see the entire content." At this moment, he was pinned down by Wang Lin's celestial pressure and the heavenly devil song, so he couldn't lie at all. Everything he said was the truth. "Where's the jade?" Wang Lin's eyes flickered. "In my bag of holding," said the old man. "How long can the immortal capture net last?" 3 days. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a stream of celestial spiritual energy entered the old man's body, completely sealing his nascent soul. Then Wang Lin closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to meditate. As for the old man, he was currently unconscious, but the heaven and earth sword formation was still active, just in case. 3 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd day, the immortal capture net on the old man's body emitted a green glow and fell to the side, turning into a small green net the size of a palm. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand reached out and grabbed the old man's bag of holding. After scanning it with his divine sense, Wang Lin frowned. He reached out again and grabbed the old man's body. With a shake of his hand, more than 10 bags of holding fell from the old man's body. Wang Lin casually threw the old man to the side. The heaven and earth sword formation immediately flew over and locked onto the unconscious old man. These bags of holding were all scanned by Wang Lin's divine sense. Finally, his gaze landed on an ordinary-looking bag of holding. After picking it up, he erased the old man's divine sense and entered the bag. There was nothing else inside the bag of holding but jade slips, all kinds of jade slips. After scanning these jade slips with his divine sense, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed. With a thought, a jade glowing green appeared in his right hand. This jade wasn't made of spirit stone or celestial jade, but something Wang Lin had never seen before. It looked like wood but wasn't, like stone but wasn't. When he held it in his hand, a warm aura surrounded his body. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the jade. At this moment, his expression changed and his eyes lit up. This light gradually dimmed as his mind was completely shocked by the contents of the jade. This jade recorded the usage of 3 celestial treasures and a real celestial spell. "Qing Shuang, you just became a celestial lord of the Rain celestial realm. So this is a gift from your father. These 3 celestial treasures were made for you by your father. As for the celestial spell, although it isn't high quality, it is very interesting. I think you will like it. My daughter was discharged from the hospital today. In the next few days, she only needs to get an infusion every day and she will be fine. Thank you everyone for your concern. Today, please forgive me. My daughter's spirit has just gotten better. I want to spend more time with her and go home for the holidays. However, tomorrow will be 3 a.m. As for the monthly votes, Erjin thanks everyone. He is now 11th on the overall ranking. Even if this result can only last for 1 day, it is still the peak of the Renegade Celestial Realm in the past 10 months. Erjin wants to know how long this result can last. Will it continue to decline, or will it miraculously continue to climb? All of this depends on everyone. Erjin once again shouted, "Brothers, the top 10 has never been so close before. Please vote for me. At this important moment, whether the Renegade Celestial Realm can become a god or not, please give me the monthly votes. I want the monthly votes." Erjin threw down the words. "If the Renegade Celestial Realm can enter the top 10, I'm willing to risk everything to make everyone happy." Erjin swore that in 15 months, the Renegade Celestial Realm will welcome a big change. Many old monsters will gather in the Demon Spirit Land. Tian Yunzi's suspicions and Wang Lin will betray the Heavenly Fate sect. A perfect picture will unfold in May. I want the monthly votes. Chapter 626. This is the Celestial Touch Brush. This treasure contains the power of the moon. I gathered 12 stars and turned them into 12 runes that contain the power of the primordial beginning. With the help of this brush, its power is not bad. Celestial Capture Net. This treasure's power is ordinary, but the treasure's soul shows signs of awakening. It is very interesting, and I think you will like it. As for the third treasure, it is to be used with your rain celestial sword. This treasure is called the Spirit Sacrificial Scabbard. Fusing the celestial sword into it can strengthen the sword spirit. This treasure was made by Father using the early celestial metal from the celestial cleansing pool. As for that celestial art, although it's a low-grade celestial art with ordinary power, it possesses a very interesting divine ability. This divine ability is called the Fixed Body Art. I obtained it by accident on a strange, ancient planet. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. After sorting it out, I finally managed to restore this divine ability. Father speculates that this spell is part of a large combination spell. Unfortunately, it is incomplete, so I can't restore the real combination spell. The excitement on Wang Lin's face gradually calmed down. The jade was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the introduction and detailed usage of the 3 celestial treasures and the celestial spell. This part didn't have any restrictions on it, so it was easy to understand with a sweep of his divine sense. As for the other 2 parts, they were filled with chaos. He could only see a few words and couldn't see the whole thing. The second part contained a method to make the celestial guard. The short old man learned about the celestial guard from these words. Father has placed a bloodline restriction on this jade. Without your blood, it can't be broken. The jade also contained these words. However, this jade slip had been stored for too long, so long that even with this person's powerful abilities, it could not offset the passage of time. The first part had already been unsealed, and as for the second part, it had loosened by more than half. Only the third part was still completely sealed. 3 celestial treasures. I only see 2, but the Spirit Sacrificial Scabbard isn't here. These items were given to a woman named Qing Shuang. This woman is called Qing Shuang, so her father is... Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he softly said, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Wang Lin took a closer look at the jade slip in his hand, a pensive look in his eyes. From the tone of the jade, this Qing Shuang is a celestial lord from the Rain celestial realm. This woman has a treasure called the Rain celestial sword. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After a short while, he suddenly opened them, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Rain celestial realm. Rain celestial sword. Could there really be such a shocking coincidence in this world? Could Senior Zhou Yi's corpse be Qinglin's daughter? After a moment of thought, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, causing the treasure pagoda that Zhou Yi had given him to fly out. Before it could grow any larger, Wang Lin's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing the beautiful, white-robed corpse to fly out. Looking at the female corpse, Wang Lin's expression became even more pensive. His eyes flashed, and the 2 fingers in his right hand formed a powerful sword. With a wave of his hand, a wind blade flew out, and a red mark appeared on the right wrist of the female corpse. However, before the blood could leave the mark, it immediately disappeared and returned to normal. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his eyes became even more fierce. With a thought, Ling Tianho's sword energy entered his 2 fingers. With a wave of his hand, the red mark appeared on the female corpse's wrist again. Although it quickly healed, the speed was much slower. A drop of red blood dripped from the wound on the female corpse's wrist. Wang Lin withdrew Ling Tianho's sword energy. Then his right hand reached out and grabbed the drop of blood. He waved his left hand, and the female corpse flew back into the pagoda and was put away inside his bag of holding. Whether you are Qing Shuang or not, I'll know once I try. Wang Lin held the drop of blood and pressed it on the jade without any hesitation. The drop of blood landed on the jade slip and immediately released a red mist that gradually fused with it. The jade slip immediately gave off cracking sounds as if it was breaking apart, and a layer of green powder fell off of it. A translucent, cyan jade slip with a trace of blood in it appeared. Wang Lin didn't have time to look at how beautiful the jade was. He scanned it with his divine sense and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with deep thought. The seals on the last two parts of the jade had been completely opened. She is really Qing Shuang. Wang Lin let out a sigh as his divine sense entered the jade to check the contents of the other two parts. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin was immersed in the jade and didn't know how much time had passed. The short old man awakened the second day after Wang Lin entered the jade. However, the three-talent sword formation was closing in on him, and strands of cold sword energy entered his body through his skin. This made it so that he didn't dare to move at all. With his cultivation level, he could vaguely see that the mystery of the three-talent sword formation wasn't the swords, but the mysterious force inside them. In addition, there was also Su Linen watching from the side. Su Ligua leisurely floated around the old man. He would occasionally reveal a gloomy smile and wave the small, black blade a few times before him. Several days later, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from a jade. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This celestial is even colder than cultivators. The second part of the jade contains a method to make a puppet called the Celestial Guard. This method isn't prepared for celestials, but for cultivators. It captures cultivators to refine into a puppet, and if it succeeds, the Celestial Guard will be extremely powerful. In this celestial's view, celestial guards aren't people, but treasures. They are divided into high, medium, and low quality. According to him, the cultivation level of a low-quality celestial guard should be equivalent to the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, which is the limit of the first step. As for the mid and high-quality celestial guards, with my current cultivation level, I can't determine which of the three Nirvana Shatter realms they are at. As for the third part of the jade, it is actually a map. From the looks of it, it should be a map of a cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he put away the jade and looked at the short old man. Wang Lin calmly said, "Hand it over." The short old man had a bitter expression and said, "My bag of holding is beside you. What else do you want me to take?" He cursed in his heart. This one guy is even more despicable than the couple from back then. Back then, the couple only stole one of my storage pouches, but this one guy, he's trying to kill me. He won't let even a single thing go. Wang Lin coldly looked at the old man and slapped his bag of holding. 10 broken jades flew out one by one. These jades were from the bodies of the 10 celestial guards under the old man. When the old man saw the jades, his expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's right hand squeezed the void, and the 10 jades fused into one. Then he reached out with his hand and grabbed the short old man. His right hand struck the top of the old man's head and forced his origin soul out. The moment the old man's origin soul left his body, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy that wrapped around the old man's origin soul. After refining it, strands of celestial spiritual energy gathered inside the old man's origin soul and turned into a finger-sized broken jade. After putting away the broken jade, the old man's origin soul was thrown out of the pagoda by Wang Lin. It was devoured by the black fog of the soul flag and became one of them. As for the old man's body, Wang Lin didn't even look at it. He waved his sleeves, and the body turned to dust. Leaving the old man's origin soul inside the soul flag was a waste. After all, this was the origin soul of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. The other reason was because Wang Lin was interested in the cave that was discovered by this person. However, right now, Wang Lin knew it wasn't the time to leave. The most important thing for him right now was to make his cultivation and magic treasures reach their peak in the next few decades to meet the ancient demon, especially the 2 new magic treasures and the low-quality celestial spell. Thinking about the celestial spell, Wang Lin revealed a hint of excitement. This was a real celestial spell. Aside from the celestial slaughter art, all the spells that Wang Lin cultivated in his life were derived from low-quality celestial spells. After all, celestial spells were too rare. Even people like Tian Yunzi had a strong desire for celestial spells, let alone Wang Lin. The celestial technique was the real Dharma technique. It was a truly powerful technique that was countless times more powerful than any other divine ability. The demon spirit land had attracted countless cultivators over the countless years. They didn't hesitate to kill and bow to the people of the demon spirit land. Wasn't it all for the sake of fusing with the ancient demon and being bestowed a celestial spell? In the Heavenly Fate sect, one had to be one of the true disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect for countless years. Only then would one be bestowed a celestial spell. However, the Heavenly Fate sect wouldn't bestow the best celestial spell. He would only choose an ordinary one. Stop spell. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and the chant for the celestial spell appeared in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the spell. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years went by. The war between the Sky Demon Country and the Fire Demon Country had lasted for a long time. The war between the two countries continued to heat up and become even more intense. The other countries could no longer hold back and were ready to attack. In the Sky Demon Country, when the ancient demon decided to attack the Fire Demon Country, he had already considered this problem. When the other countries were about to make a move, he used his own power to seal Sky Demon City. As for the other cities in the Sky Demon Country, the ancient demon gave up on all of them. He only kept the capital and the Dragon Lake as he waited for his agreement with Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of Wang Lin going back on his word. If Wang Lin really went back on his word, he would immediately use a spell to kill Wang Lin. He believed that Wang Lin wasn't such a short-sighted person. Under this situation, the Soul Refining Tribe immediately increased their expansion and continued to grow stronger. In the last few decades on the battlefield in the Fire Demon Country, people wearing black with strange movements gradually caught the attention of both sides. These people in black often appeared on the battlefield to absorb a large amount of souls and life force. At the same time, the demon soldiers who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield and performed outstandingly were promoted to generals in the armies of the two counties, replacing those who had died. Today, there will be 3 updates, and the monthly votes have dropped to 15. Fellow cultivators, are you going to watch the Renegade Celestial drop again? I beg everyone, monthly votes. Chapter 627. The war in the Fire Demon Country was not something Wang Lin cared about. During these 20 years of time, he was completely immersed in the celestial spell. Celestial spells were not like normal spells. It was very difficult to completely learn them. 20 years was only the blink of an eye for Wang Lin. He studied celestial spells and controlled celestial treasures, so time flowed by like water. Soon, more than 50 years had passed. There were less than 10 years left until the agreement with the ancient demon. During these 100 years of time, aside from studying celestial spells and celestial treasures, Wang Lin never stopped engraving the scattered devil's imprint. Wang Lin's imprint became even deeper in the scattered devil's mind. After decades of time, Wang Lin had only scratched the surface of the stop spell. The mysteriousness of this spell didn't lie in the amount of celestial spiritual energy in one's body, but in one's understanding of the heavens. To be more precise, the aspects involved in this celestial art had far exceeded the scope of a cultivator's grasp. It was like an extremely profound knowledge that needed to be continuously studied and comprehended in order to have the chance to grasp and use it. Back then, Wang Lin used many years to gradually comprehend the celestial slaughter art and reach small success. It was the same for the fixed body art. Immersed in the celestial spell, Wang Lin forgot about time. During the decades he was in closed-door cultivation, the Soul Refining Tribe would send a large amount of tribe members to the Fire Demon Country to collect souls to strengthen themselves. This situation only changed after the Sky Demon Country sent troops to the Sky Demon Country. The tribe members no longer went out and continued to defend their territory. A large amount of tribe members returned from the Fire Demon Country and began fighting with the demon soldiers of the other forces in the Sky Demon Country. However, the power of the Soul Refining Tribe was still too small, so they could only defend under the black fog around the Soul Flag and couldn't go out. Slowly, The demon soldiers from other countries were unable to attack the capital city sealed by the ancient demon, so their target was the soul-refining tribe inside the Sky Demon country. After all, this was a small tribe, and they could tell that there was something strange about it. That was especially true of the black mist that hovered above the tribe. It was like a natural barrier that had blocked off the demon soldiers on multiple occasions. Of course, not all of the demon counties set their sights on the soul-refining tribe. Only the leaders of 2 counties set their sights on the soul-refining tribe. The other 5 counties set their sights on the fire demons. The 7 countries of the demon spirit country didn't send out many demon soldiers. After all, they weren't as determined as the Sky Demon country. At this moment, the Water Demon country and Thunder Demon country each sent out a vice commander-in-chief. 100,000 demon soldiers came from their armies and surrounded the soul-refining tribe. The vice commander-in-chief of the Water Demon country was a woman. She looked ordinary, but her eyes were cold. Beside her was the demon general of the Water Demon country. As for the Thunder Demon country's side, the vice commander-in-chief was a middle-aged man. He was the only one not wearing armor, and there were faint traces of thunder moving around his body. The ground under his feet was scorched black. This little savage tribe actually has this kind of treasure. This is interesting. The burly man's voice was as loud as a bell. Although he was talking to himself, it was like thunder. Although I didn't gain anything from this trip to the Sky Demon country, taking this treasure and giving it to the Demon Emperor isn't a bad choice. The burly man's eyes lit up, and he took a step. The ground around him shattered and bolts of thunder scattered in all directions. The scorched area immediately spread. The burly man took a step and flew into the air. His speed was very fast. He was obviously equal to an early-stage ascendant cultivator. With one step, he crossed the distance and arrived next to the black mist around the soul-refining tribe. Waves of demonic spiritual energy surrounded his body, forming an invisible barrier that pushed away the pressure from the black mist. Inside the soul-refining tribe, Ouyang Hua's expression was calm as he looked at the sky. On the ground, all of the tribe members were sitting in the lotus position. Ouyang Hua shouted, "Soul, scatter!" All of the tribe members scattered the soul fragments they had collected. At this moment, the entire world was filled with soul fragments that looked like black gas. Under their control, they turned into a ray of black gas and charged out of the soul-refining tribe toward the burly man. The burly man let out a laugh. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch. This punch contained a large amount of demonic spiritual energy, and at the same time, it created a thunderous rumble. It charged out like a thunder dragon toward the river of black gas. Not far away, the vice commander-in-chief of the Water Demon country coldly looked at the battle and calmly said, "The Thunder Commander-in-Chief has underestimated this black mist." One of the demon generals standing beside the woman was a bit surprised and asked, "Sir, could it be that there is something strange about this black fog? Can the Thunder Commander-in-Chief break it?" "This black mist is very strange. It is made up of soul fragments. If there is no one controlling it, then the Thunder Commander-in-Chief can break it. However, if there is someone controlling it, then I fear the Thunder Commander-in-Chief will have to use all of his power to break it." The demon general beside the woman smiled. "That's even better. We made an agreement that if he takes the black mist, the people of the tribe will belong to us. As a result, we won't have to do anything to obtain all of the people of the soul-refining tribe. After we go back and study it, we will definitely gain something." The thunder dragon that the burly man threw out let out a heaven-shaking roar and charged toward the black gas. The moment they collided, a rumbling shockwave appeared out of nowhere. A gap appeared in the black mist around the soul-refining tribe due to the shockwave. When the black gas dissipated, the burly man covered in thunder laughed like crazy and said, "A mere savage tribe dares to attack me, the Thunder Commander-in-Chief. A bunch of lowly ants." As the burly man spoke, he stepped through the gap in the black mist. In the distance, the demon soldiers of the Thunder Demon country cheered. Their voices were no weaker than the might of thunder. This made the burly man even more powerful. Not far away, the woman from the water demon country shook her head and said, "There is no more suspense in this battle. From now on, the soul refining tribe will disappear. All of you prepare yourselves. Once the Thunder Commander-in-Chief takes the Black Mist, go capture the people. If any barbarians resist, kill them." The demon generals beside her all nodded. The burly man covered in thunder directly entered the soul refining tribe. He grinned as if he could already see the panic and fear in the eyes of the people of this small tribe. However, as soon as he entered, he was immediately stunned. Countless members of the soul refining tribe were sitting cross-legged on the ground in a circumference of several hundred kilometers, and at this moment, all of them raised their heads to look at him. However, their gazes weren't filled with panic as the burly man had expected. Instead, they were extremely calm, and this calmness was absolutely not an act. Amidst this calmness, there was even a trace of thick mockery and eerie coldness. These countless strange gazes caused the heart of the Thunder Demon Country's vice commander-in-chief to skip a beat. His footsteps involuntarily slowed down. At a glance, he could see a 5-kilometer-wide empty space at the center of the tribe. There was a tall tower at the center. The moment he saw the tower, the burly man's eyes narrowed. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that some large tribes had their own beliefs. Right now, the belief of this tribe was this tower. As long as I destroy this wall, I want to see if you all can still have this kind of gaze. The burly man sneered and charged toward the tower. None of the soul refining tribe members on the ground spoke. They only coldly watched. This kind of silence was like an invisible pressure that made the burly man feel like something was wrong. However, he had a high cultivation level, so he let out a cold snort and closed in on the tower. He was about to punch it with his right fist. "Freeze!" A calm, or rather soft, voice drifted out from within the tower. This voice was very weak, but its appearance made it seem as if time had stopped. Even the black fog in the sky became motionless. An unfathomable force appeared out of nowhere and shrouded the burly man. The burly man's body trembled, and the thunder that was moving around his body suddenly stopped. At this moment, all of his aura disappeared. His body stopped in the air and didn't move at all. His fist was bent into a half shape, but he could no longer send it out. The only thing that could move was his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terror that he had never felt before in his life. If this terror was compared to an ocean, it could drown the entire demon spirit land. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the tower. His long hair fluttered, and his white robe made him look like a celestial. After he walked out, he didn't even look at the burly man. He waved his sleeves, and the burly man coughed out a mouthful of blood as if he was hit by a powerful gust of wind. He was immediately swept out of the soul refining tribe. The burly man's body was like a meteor, and along the way, a mist of blood came out of his body. Finally, he was thrown out of the soul refining tribe and smashed into the ground. Even now, he still couldn't move his body at all. The surroundings were completely silent. The pupils of the woman from the water demon country suddenly shrank, and her mind went blank. However, her body immediately trembled, and she screamed, "Quickly retreat." Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Lin had his hands behind his back as he floated out of the soul refining tribe. Behind him, all the members of the soul refining tribe followed closely behind him with killing intent. The expression of the woman from the water demon country immediately changed, and she screamed, "Formation!" The demon soldiers had just moved, and the demonic energy had just scattered. "Stop!" Wang Lin opened his arms, raised his head, and closed his eyes. Decades of comprehension had allowed him to touch the edge of a celestial spell. At this moment, his mind spread out, and he used the stop spell at full power for the first time. With one word, the heavens and earth stopped moving. At this moment, everyone outside the soul refining tribe became motionless. The members of the soul refining sect acted as if they had received an order. They quickly rushed out, and a slaughter began. At the same time, the black fog from the soul flag descended from the sky and shrouded the area. The woman from the water demon country was also stopped. However, after 3 breaths of time, There was a flash of blue light around her body. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she turned around to escape without a word. Just at this moment, 3 rays of sword energy shot out and caught up to the woman in the blink of an eye. The souls of Zishu, Haizhu, and Mo Yang rushed out. The woman's mind trembled as the 3 swords pierced through her body. There was a mist of blood, and she died. Wang Lin floated in the air and quietly comprehended the power of the celestial spell. The slaughter on the ground seemed to be in a different world from him and didn't arouse his interest at all. I still haven't completely mastered this celestial spell. However, the day of the agreement with Gunu Tian is approaching, and I can't continue to comprehend it. It is time to leave. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 3-talent sword formation flew over. Zishu was holding the woman's soul in its mouth. 1 month later, Wang Lin walked out of the soul refining tribe. Before he left, he took the soul flag with him but left behind a strand of divine sense to guard the soul refining tribe. Wang Lin didn't immediately head toward the fire demon country but went to his cave. On the revered dragon road, he carefully memorized the 11 tattoos and then left. The Jade said that there were a total of 12 tattoos, but now there are only 11. I wonder where the last one went. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he took a step forward and teleported toward the fire demon country. The flames of war were monstrous in the fire demon country. The other 7 countries continued to send in reinforcements, causing the fire demon country to become a battlefield. The ground had been dyed red by blood during the last 100 years of war. After entering the fire demon country, a thick smell of blood rushed toward one's face. Aside from the blood, there were countless broken bones on the ground. Waves of death aura came from these bones, forming a gray mist that shrouded the entire fire demon country. This war was a life and death battle for both the sky demon country and the fire demon country. It could even be said that there was no winner or loser between the 2 countries. It was a life for a life, and the fire demon country's forces were completely wiped out. The capital of the fire demon country was empty. Even the demon country's capital was personally participating in the war. Aside from the Holy Land, the demon country was completely empty. The ancient demon of the fire demon country also imitated the sky demon country and used its own spell to seal the capital. At this moment, it wouldn't allow anyone to enter the capital. The demon valley of the fire demon country was not outside the capital, but deep inside the city. A dense demonic aura came from the valley and shrouded the capital of the fire demon country. From a distance, the capital of the fire demon country was surrounded by demonic aura. At the same time, there was also a large amount of death aura. It was like a city surrounded by fog. Anyone who looked at it would feel a sense of sorrow. Wang Lin's feet landed on the ground outside the capital of the fire demon country, creating a crunching sound. In this quiet environment, this sound was very clear. The dark red earth felt like mud when one stepped on it. The source of this mud was the blood left behind by the tens of millions of people in the last 100 years. This chapter has 4,000 words, and there will be another chapter soon. Today's 3 chapters total 9,000 words. I asked for votes to help me climb. Chapter 628. Crunch. Wang Lin didn't fly, but walked step by step toward the capital of the fire demon country. His figure was like a white-robed, wandering soul, and it looked very strange inside the gray fog. His long hair flowed through the fog. As Wang Lin walked forward, the crunching sound continued to echo. The city inside the fog was extremely empty. It was hard to imagine that 100 years ago, this place was no less prosperous than Sky Demon City in the Sky Demon Country. However, now it was dead silent. In the Demon Spirit Land, the people of the 9 countries were merely tools for them to recover their demonic spiritual energy. Even if they all died, it wouldn't cause any ripples in their hearts. The people of the Fire Demon Country's capital, from the Demon Emperor and Demon Commander-in-Chief to the Demon Soldiers and civilians, were all turned into skeletons that scattered on the ground. Their blood dyed the earth red. Wang Lin's heart was calm as he walked forward step by step. 5 kilometers outside of the Fire Demon Country's capital, there was a demonic spiritual energy seal created by Ji Yao. Sun Man, this seal was very powerful. This was one of the methods Ji Yao used to protect itself. Even the commander-in-chief of the other countries couldn't break it. Aside from being an ancient demon, the only people who could break this seal were those powerful earth cultivators. Ancient demon Bei Lu once said that the ancient demons of the fire demon country would seal the capital once it is empty to prevent anyone from entering. That's why the first part of our agreement was to break this seal. Wang Lin stood outside the demonic screen and raised his right hand. There was a flash of black light on his finger, and he pointed forward. Just as his finger touched the demonic screen, a powerful rebound force appeared. Wang Lin's finger was bounced back, and a numb feeling flowed through his finger into his tendons. The celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body cycled and soon returned to normal. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "It is indeed very strong." Just at this moment, a tyrannical divine sense suddenly burst out from the capital city. A furious roar that shook one's soul rumbled out from within. Scram! The sound whistled through the air like countless bolts of spring thunder exploding in the sky. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, and the violent sound reverberated in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's right hand formed a strange seal. If you looked closely, you would see that the seal was filled with demonic qi. As soon as the roar landed on Wang Lin's body, it disappeared like smoke. "Bello, you were sent by Bei Luo." The overbearing divine sense in the capital immediately roared again. Its voice was filled with rage. Wang Lin ignored this voice. He took a deep breath and murmured, "Ancient demon Bei Lu, this is the first step of our agreement. Just wait and see." Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he calmly said, "Massacre Qi, gather." These 5 simple words couldn't compare to the roar of thunder and couldn't set off any ripples. However, the moment these 5 words left his mouth, an earth-shattering storm was set off in the Fire Demon Country. In a battlefield in the northern part of the Fire Demon Country, a large amount of demon soldiers from both sides suddenly trembled. A thick killing intent that seemed like it could penetrate the heavens flew out from their bodies. The killing intent surged out and flashed off into the distance. The ancestor has arrived. These demon soldiers were all filled with excitement. They no longer fought and quickly left the battlefield. In the southern part of the battlefield in the Fire Demon Country, countless black-robed people charged into the battlefield. These black-robed people moved very quickly and were filled with killing intent. As they moved, they would take the lives of demon soldiers, causing them to turn into gray gas and be absorbed by them. The generals of both sides were no strangers to these black-robed people. In the past 100 years, they had become accustomed to the existence of these black-robed people. These people came and went without a trace, so no one knew what force they were from. Even if they tried to surround them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, at this moment, as these black-robed people moved through the battlefield, their bodies suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy, and they quickly left. As they left, strands of dense killing intent rushed out from their bodies and flashed across the sky. This scene happened in countless places in the Fire Demon Country at the same time. The sky was instantly filled with strands of gray gas. These strands of gray gas contained unimaginable killing intent as they flashed across the sky. At this moment, it was as if the world was shrouded by this endless killing intent, and it gave off a fierce aura that went deep into the bones. The forces fighting in the Fire Demon Country also stopped fighting at this moment. They all looked at the sky with bewilderment and confusion in their eyes. Not only were there members of the Soul Refining Tribe among the demon soldiers and black-robed people, even the generals of both sides had a large amount of Soul Refining Tribe members. At this moment, the countless generals of the Fire Demon Country trembled, and killing intent came from their heads before quickly disappearing. After losing the killing intent, they quickly retreated and used various methods to quickly leave. The scene that happened today shocked all the survivors of the 100 years of war in the Fire Demon Country. The sky was no longer blue but gray. Strands of slaughter energy rushed into the sky and gathered toward the capital of the fire demon country. 100,000 strands of slaughter energy, filled with killing intent, flew toward Wang Lin from all directions. The sky above the capital never stopped howling. Wang Lin's location was like the center of a giant vortex as 100,000 strands of slaughter energy rushed toward him. Every strand of slaughter energy was several times stronger than it was 100 years ago. The amount of slaughter energy they contained was far stronger than before. After 100 years of nourishment, these 100,000 strands of slaughter energy had almost solidified. Divide. There was a flash of red light in Wang Lin's eyes. His killing heart and killing intent fused to become the source of the slaughter energy. 100,000 strands of slaughter energy already covered the sky, but at this moment, with one word from Wang Lin, they were all divided in half. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 strands of slaughter energy turned into 200,000 strands. It wasn't over. 200,000 strands were divided again. Divided again. Divided again. At this moment, the entire world was filled with thick, gray gas. This gray gas wasn't fog, but killing intent. It was killing intent, and killing heart condensed. After splitting 10 times, the 100,000 strands of slaughter energy turned into 1 million strands in the blink of an eye. These 1 million strands of slaughter energy could have been divided again, but Wang Lin's celestial slaughter art was only slightly powerful, so 1 million strands was a bottleneck. This was why he didn't personally slaughter them, and instead used the soul refining tribe to nurture the slaughter energy. Break for me. Wang Lin's long hair fluttered as his right hand suddenly pointed at the demonic screen seal. 1 million strands of slaughter chi descended upon the seal like a torrential downpour. In the future, the journey to find Zhou Yi would begin. This was the important reason why Wang Lin entered the demon spirit land. The monthly ticket also came. Chapter 6:29. The method to break the ancient demon seal wasn't to focus on one point, but to spread it out and strike all the different locations at once. Only then could the seal be broken. If the power was weak, it would be ineffective. However, Wang Lin's 1 million strands of slaughter energy were formed after 10 years of nourishment, so its power was amazing. It could be said that after reaching small success, the slaughter energy had replaced the finger of death and become another of Wang Lin's killing moves. Along with the demonic finger and the underworld river after putting on the devil armor, they were Wang Lin's 3 ultimate moves. As for the stop spell, it was a life-saving spell that Wang Lin had prepared for himself. After using it twice, he decided to hide it. Only when no one knew about it, and it caught everyone off guard, would it be able to save his life at a critical moment. The 1 million strands of slaughter energy fell from the sky like rain. Popping sounds came from the demonic screen outside the Fire Demon Country's capital. At this moment, it was as if there were 1 million strands of sword energy crashing into it. After several breaths of time, the popping sounds became even more intense until they formed a chain. The demonic screen began to shake violently. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stood outside the demonic screen and coldly looked over. It didn't take long for cracks to appear on the demonic screen. More and more cracks spread out until finally the screen collapsed and the 1 million strands of slaughter chi poured in. Instantly, the entire capital city was filled with a gray aura. After the demonic screen was broken, Wang Lin walked forward. Without the protection of the demonic screen, the demonic energy in the Demon Valley at the center of the capital erupted like a storm. It unexpectedly formed a purple cloud in the sky. As the cloud churned, it turned into a giant demonic figure with 2 horns on its head. Its deep eyes revealed a gloomy gaze as it looked at Wang Lin like he was looking at an ant. Lowly Xiu too. Even if you have Beilu's protection, you will without a doubt die if you dare to destroy my demonic screen. The demonic figure's voice seemed to come from the underworld. It was erratic. The demonic shadow waved his right hand, and the world changed. The entire capital of the Fire Demon Country disappeared, and the surroundings turned into a red world. This red was fire. There was magma everywhere on the ground, and under the contrast of the dense flames, even the sky turned scarlet red, as if it was burning. As popping sounds echoed, strands of hot air came out from the ground. These strands of hot air turned into illusions. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 illusions before the ancient demon. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and 1,000,000 strands of slaughter aura fused into his body, forming a life brand between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 life brands overlapped and covered Wang Lin's entire body. Then he slapped his storage pouch, and the demonic armor turned into black silk, instantly wrapping around Wang Lin, turning into the sinister black armor. Wang Lin's face was covered by the armor, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His long hair scattered behind him as he floated into the air. He paused for a moment and then suddenly charged out. Ji Yao's illusions immediately revealed ferocious expressions. They let out roars and used various spells to block Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he moved even faster. At the same time, he pointed with his right hand, and the finger of death shot out like a bolt of lightning. As for the attacks from the illusions, Wang Lin didn't even look at them. Even when they landed on his body, they were blocked by the devilish energy from the demonic armor. In addition, he had the protection of 1,000,000 life brands, so these attacks could be ignored by Wang Lin. He moved like lightning and charged toward the giant ancient demon formed by the purple clouds in the sky. The ancient demon revealed a mocking expression and coldly snorted. This is the scattered devil armor of an ancient devil. However, you don't have a devil heart, so it's a waste for you to wear it. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. This roar turned into ripples that contained dense demonic energy that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed with his right hand again and softly said, "Devil transformation." With one finger of devil transformation, the demonic armor on his body seemed to cheer. Countless strands of demonic energy came out and quickly entered Wang Lin's body through his nose and mouth. The demonic energy flowed through his body and into his finger before exploding out. At this moment, Wang Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind. The demonic energy from his body was extremely dense, as if he had really become a devil. This finger was the peak of devil transformation while wearing the demonic armor. A devilish wind shot out from his finger. The devilish energy was like a rainbow, and Wang Lin broke through the ancient demon's howl. The mocking expression in the ancient demon's eyes was still there. He opened his mouth and swallowed the demonic energy. Then he licked his lips and said, "Not bad. This demonic energy is quite pure." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. At this moment, he was 100 feet away from the ancient demon. With one step, he closed another 100 feet. The ancient demon's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at Wang Lin. He suddenly moved, and a large amount of demonic energy erupted from his body. This demonic energy contained the ancient demon's divine sense. As it spread out, everything within 1,000 feet began to expand as if it was being compressed by the heavens. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. The demonic energy from the demonic armor quickly dissipated. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Tao transformation." A yellow river forcefully squeezed into the 100-foot space and opened a path under Wang Lin's feet. The yellow river surrounded him, and the power of reincarnation filled the area. Wang Lin calmly moved forward another 100 feet. The ancient demon let out a cold snort. His right hand turned into a claw and reached out toward Wang Lin. This claw contained dense demonic energy. The demonic energy from Wang Lin's armor suddenly dissipated, turning into black lines that returned to Wang Lin's body. The 1,000,000 life seals on his body immediately released a dazzling light. Wang Lin let out a roar. He didn't retreat, but instead charged forward and collided with the ancient demon's claw. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion echoed. Jiao's right hand was knocked back by Wang Lin's charge. As for Wang Lin, More than 700,000 of the 1 million life seals on his body collapsed, but they instantly reformed. He took another step forward and crossed another 100 feet. The mockery in Ji Yao's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with cold, killing intent. When he was dealing with Wang Lin before, he was only toying with him. However, as Wang Lin closed in, he had a bad feeling. Bei Luo must have sent this person here for a reason. There was a flash of killing intent in Ji Yao's eyes. Unless he had no other choice, he wasn't willing to use the ancient demon spell. Every time he used it, it consumed a lot of energy. Demon skill, Devil Slayer. Ji Yao formed hand seals, and waves of demonic power formed a whirlpool that burst out of his body and turned into various divine abilities. The magma-like ground immediately began to boil. Waves of hot air rushed out and condensed in front of Gu Yao. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge spear. This spear was completely red and exuded dense demonic energy. It also contained a burning aura. The moment the lance appeared, a terrifying sense of danger surrounded Wang Lin's body. His eyes lit up, but he didn't stop. He took another step forward, and, at the same time, he touched his brow with his right hand. He pointed forward and softly said, "Let's go." He pointed forward and softly said, 1 million slaughter marks, fuse into one. The 1 million life seals charged out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows, as if they were being pulled out by Wang Lin. They continued to fuse until they fused into one. This slaughter energy contained killing intent. Even if Tian Yunzi and company saw it, they would be shocked. At this moment, this killing intent gathered at Wang Lin's fingertip. He took another step forward and entered within 500 feet of the ancient demon. The moment he entered within 500 feet of the ancient demon, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he began to chant a complex spell. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal. This seal was given to him by ancient demon Bei Lu. His agreement with Bei Lu was that the first step was to break the demonic screen, and the second step was to enter within 500 feet of the ancient demon to use the seal given to him by the ancient demon. By doing these two steps, he had completed most of the agreement. After all, it was impossible for Wang Lin to defeat the ancient demon with his current strength. The reason there was this war was to dig out all the people in the capital of the Fire Demon country, so that there would be no more defenses left. Only then would Wang Lin have a chance to directly face the ancient demon and enter within 500 feet of it. The moment the seal appeared in Wang Lin's left hand, the blood in Wang Lin's body surged, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. In addition, popping sounds came from all over his body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out, forming a blood mist. At this instant, the ancient demon's expression changed greatly for the first time. He stared at the blood mist before Wang Lin with an extremely serious expression and said, "This blood contains the aura of the god of luck. So it's like this." After the blood mist appeared, it immediately condensed into a blood person. At the same time, an extremely overbearing divine sense descended from the sky and landed on the blood person. The blood person opened its eyes. At this moment, all the creatures in the Fire Demon country felt a sense of hesitation in their hearts. Only a few people knew the reason, but most of them felt a sense of helplessness and fear from the hesitation in their hearts. At this moment, the expressions of the ancient demon souls from the other 7 countries changed greatly. Their gazes shook as they looked toward the direction of the capital of the Fire Demon country. The demon shadow from the Fire Demon country slowly said in a low voice, "Your luck is very good to actually find a cultivator with the aura of an ancient god. With this person's blood and the connection between your divine senses, you can use your blood to form a seal for a long time and leave the Sky Demon country. We have been separated for too long. If we continue like this, we will be destroyed one by one. Our fusion will give birth to a new ancient demon. As for the remaining 7, I'll devour them one by one." Bei Lu's calm voice came from the blood shadow. Chapter 630. The crimson shadow moved and directly stepped toward the demonic shadow. As he moved, a dense demonic aura immediately spread out from his body, turning into a monstrous demonic flame that covered the entire area, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Outside the demonic flame, a majority of Wang Lin's blood had been sucked out, so he was extremely weak. However, the demonic shadow's spear didn't dissipate. It paused for a moment before continuing to charge toward Wang Lin. As the spear closed in, Wang Lin condensed a strand of slaughter energy in his right hand and pointed forward. He didn't hesitate to touch the tip of the spear. An explosive force entered Wang Lin's hand from the tip of the spear and rapidly consumed the slaughter energy. At the same time, the slaughter energy also rushed into the spear and continued to destroy its structure. A series of popping sounds echoed as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded between Ji Yao and Wang Lin. Seeing that the 1,000,000 strands of slaughter energy were about to collapse, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he withdrew the spear. He retreated several dozen feet, and the slaughter energy in his right hand was slowed down. It expanded once more and recovered a bit. Wang Lin's finger pointed once more and pressed down on the spear as it closed in. This cycle continued until Wang Lin retreated more than 1,000 feet before the power of the spear gradually dissipated. In the end, it was destroyed by a strand of demonic energy from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, and a large amount of blood energy had been lost. He was now gasping for breath, but he didn't stop to rest. Instead, his body flickered and he charged out. The direction he was heading toward was the Demon Valley at the center of the capital. The first step was to break through the demonic screen. The second step was to enter 500 feet and borrow its aura to summon Bei Lu's blood shadow. The third step was to go to where Ji Yao was hiding and take out the ancient demon's divine sense. As for the battle between the two ancient demons in the sky, Wang Lin didn't have time to watch it. He moved like lightning and entered the holy land of the fire demon country, the Demon Valley. The interior of Yaji was quiet. Deep within it was a huge statue filled with dense demonic energy. Strands of demonic chi rose up into the sky and fused into the ancient demon's body, allowing it to fight Bello with all its power. Wang Lin took a step forward but immediately stopped. A ripple came from the statue inside the Demon Valley, and the demonic energy from the statue no longer flew into the sky. It stopped and fused into an ancient demon avatar the same size as Wang Lin. This ancient demon had 2 horns on its head and floated in the sky. Strands of demonic energy floated behind it and connected to the statue. It coldly looked at Wang Lin, and the demonic light in its eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin looked at Ji Yao and pondered a bit before retreating. Although this ancient demon was only an avatar, its cultivation level was still very high. Wang Lin knew that unless he used Ling Tianho's sword energy, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Wang Lin, go break that statue and help me fuse with it. Then you can obtain the agreement from the 7 ancient demons. You don't have to do anything, and I'll do what I promised you after I fuse with it. Didn't you want to comprehend your own realm during the ancient demon inheritance? Break the statue, and when I fuse with it, I'll take your divine sense into it. As a result, you will have obtained the inheritance of the ancient demon twice, and the benefits for you will be great. Also, I have helped you many times, so I only ask you to repay me this time. Wang Lin, help me. Bei Lu's voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and let out a sigh. Ignoring the benefits that Bei Lu had promised, just the fact that Bei Lu had helped him pass through 2 life and death calamities was enough for him to act. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and one of Ling Tianho's 2 rays of sword energy condensed on his finger. The golden light from his eyes shined brightly and surrounded the Demon Valley. The ancient demon avatar, made of demonic aura, revealed a grave expression. Its hands drew in the air, and a demonic talisman that glowed with demonic light condensed in front of it. Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and threw out Ling Tianho's sword energy. At this moment, the entire Demon Valley was filled with sword energy, and the demonic spiritual energy immediately collapsed under this sword energy. The tyrannical intent contained in Ling Tianho's sword energy erupted and formed a storm that swept through the demon valley. Cracking sounds came from the ground, and countless cracks appeared as the sword energy swept by. The sky was filled with sword energy, and the demonic energy was cut into pieces. The symbols drawn by the ancient demon avatar shined brightly, and there was thunder between them. They formed a fine net that blocked Ling Tianho's sword energy. However, the ancient demon from the fire demon country had used most of its divine sense in the battle with Beilu, so this avatar was only equal to a late-stage ascendant cultivator. If Wang Lin didn't have Ling Tianho's sword energy, then he would have no hope of winning. However, now that he had the sword energy, this ancient demon avatar was unstoppable. The sword energy howled, and the golden light exploded. The moment the symbols touched the sword energy, they all collapsed one by one. The sword energy directly passed through the symbols and shot toward the ancient demon avatar. The expression of the Ji Yao avatar changed greatly, and its body trembled. It turned into a large amount of demonic energy and surrounded Ling Tianho's sword energy. Bursts of sword hymns came from the dense demonic energy. Wang Lin stepped into the valley and arrived before the statue. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the statue. "Stop!" Two voices, even louder than thunder, echoed. One came from the sky, and the other came from the demonic fog that trapped the sword energy. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time. A giant claw suddenly descended from the sky and reached toward Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a part of the demonic fog in the valley turned into the head of the ancient demon and aimed a mouthful of incense at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged. As the claw and head closed in, his celestial spiritual energy entered the statue. There were several cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on the statue. Then a large amount of demonic spiritual energy came out from the cracks. At this instant, Ling Tianho's sword energy charged out from the demonic fog and pierced through the head that was charging at Wang Lin. With a thought from Wang Lin, it quickly landed on the statue. There was a loud bang, and the statue completely collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the demonic claw that was descending from the sky dissipated, and an unwilling roar came from the sky. Shortly after, the sounds of spells clashing could be heard. It was obvious that Beilu's attack made it so that the ancient demon of the fire demon country couldn't deal with Wang Lin. The statue collapsed, and a large amount of demonic spiritual energy came out. Wang Lin was the first to be affected. As the demonic spiritual energy rushed toward him, he immediately saw a piece of hand bone hanging inside the broken statue. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand reached out to grab the hand bone. The moment he touched the hand bone, an unimaginable force rushed into his body and smashed into his origin soul. Wang Lin's divine sense suddenly trembled, and he felt as if he had arrived in a strange space. There was no sky or earth here, only the void. Although this was the case, there was a mysterious force surrounding the area. Wang Lin's mind entered this place, and a feeling of ascension continued to rise in his mind. Scenes appeared in the void before him. These scenes were all spells he had learned since the day he started cultivating. One of the scenes was of a young man waving his hands, and a large stone slowly rose into the air. The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he controlled the large stone to change its appearance. The scene trembled and collapsed. The young man walked out from the scene and looked at Wang Lin. He faintly smiled and sat down. However, his hands continued to change as the attraction spell circled around him. The other scene was that of a cold-faced young man with flowing long hair. His eyes were closed, but when he opened them, a cold light flashed. An unimaginable killing intent swept out from his eyes. Before him, countless core formation cultivators shattered their golden cores, and their souls were destroyed. This young man also walked out from a scene. After looking at Wang Lin, he sat down in the lotus position. His long hair flowed in the wind, and the killing intent of the Ji realm occasionally flickered on his body. There were also scenes of Wang Lin using the Finger of Death, Wang Lin using the Demonic Transformation spell, Wang Lin using the Yellow Spring spell, and other spells. All of them walked out from the scene and sat down in the lotus position. In addition to these scenes, there was another scene that shocked Wang Lin. It was a scene of Wang Lin wearing a gray robe. He was surrounded by millions of strands of killing intent, and wherever he went, everything was destroyed. He seemed to sense Wang Lin's gaze. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were completely gray. All the Wang Lins in the scenes walked out and spread out. Some of them closed their eyes to meditate. Some of them used spells, and one of them used the celestial body stopping spell. Wang Lin was completely shocked by everything that had happened before the time limit. He was no stranger to this scene. Years ago, when he was in Tian Yunzi's divine sense, he had personally seen the countless Tian Yunzi in Tian Yunzi's divine sense. Every single Tian Yunzi was using the same spell. However, Wang Lin immediately recovered from the shock and realized that something was different. The figures in Tian Yunzi's divine sense were all fake, as if they were real people. There was no way to tell them apart. However, the figures he was looking at right now were all in between reality and illusion. They were neither illusions nor corporeal. Fake and real. Could it be? Could it be that this is the power of the spell that comes from the completion of the first step and stepping into the illusory and corporeal yin-yang? I used the strange inheritance of the ancient Fae to feel the change between the illusory and corporeal yin-yang in advance. Wang Lin took a deep breath. At that moment, he was only guessing. He couldn't be sure. Suddenly, the figures that walked out from the scenes gradually disappeared. Soon, there was no trace of them. The one that disappeared the fastest was the only figure in gray who was using the celestial slaughter art. At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly had an idea. He moved forward and merged with the gray figure that was using the celestial slaughter art to get the recommendation votes and the monthly votes. This book is provided by the Qidian website. The author is Air Jin. Chapter 631. In a flash, several months passed. The slaughter in the Fire Demon country changed, and the Sky Demon country withdrew their troops. This war that had lasted for almost 100 years ended with the ancient demons devouring each other. Ancient demon Bei Lu completed his first devouring and fused with the soul fragment of the Fire Demon country. He no longer needed Wang Lin's blood to form a body and could leave by himself. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position inside the Dragon Lake in the capital of Sky Demon City. His eyes were closed, and there was no expression on his face. When he touched the hand bone, he was immersed in a mysterious space. After Bei Lu left the soul fragment, he used a spell to bring Wang Lin's body back and placed it here. Time passed, and several more months went by. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there was a flash of light in his eyes. His aura was very different from before he went to the Fire Demon country. Right now, he was more like a mortal scholar. It looked like there was no celestial spiritual energy inside his body, and he was very ordinary. However, there was a fragrance coming from his body that gave off a sense of refinement. After opening his eyes, Wang Lin let out a long breath of foul air. The ancient monster lineage has possessed a divine power since the beginning of the world. With this divine power, we can comprehend heaven and earth and create our own Dharma spells. This divine power can also be used on others. However, other than the ancient monster lineage, other living beings can only comprehend it once in their lifetime. Wang Lin silently pondered and closed his eyes once more. In that mysterious space, the various illusions of him and the gray-robed figure fused into one appeared in his mind. Thinking about it now, it felt like a dream, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. Aside from you, I have only given an inheritance to 2 cultivators. Both of them comprehended the changes to the next realm and even gained new insights into their own spells. The second cultivator's talent is the highest I have ever seen in the land of cultivation. He created his own spell for my inheritance. This child's talent is no weaker than my Ji Yao clan's. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmly asked, "Who is it?" "His name is Sun Yun. I wonder if you've heard of him." Gu Yao's voice was filled with reminiscence. "Sun Yun." Wang Lin opened his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "Senior Gu Yao, there is still one thing missing from our agreement." The demonic wind in the dragon pond suddenly rose and formed a green whirlpool. As it swept across the pond, it stopped in front of Wang Lin. The whirlpool dissipated, revealing an extremely demonic-looking young man. The most eye-catching part of this person was his eyes. The green demonic light coming from them made him look strange and unfathomable. After he appeared, he looked at Wang Lin with a smile and said, "I won't forget what I promised you. While you were comprehending for a few months, I used a technique to find the location of the soul's main body inside the pagoda." As the young man spoke, he casually waved his right hand to the side. A crystal light flashed and appeared in his palm. This crystal light combined to form a picture. The picture was of an abyss. From above, it looked like a giant crack on the ground. Strands of black gas would occasionally come out from the crack, and a powerful impact caused the picture to shake. This place is called the Tide Abyss by your earth cultivators. The aura of your friend is here. However, there are a total of 6 entrances to the Tide Abyss. Go to the Water Demon Country. The entrance there is closest to where your friend is. Wang Lin looked at the picture and pondered a bit before asking, "What kind of place is this Tide Abyss?" The young man hesitated a bit and said, "In space, there are some places where space collapses countless times. After a long period of time, it will form a passage that leads to an unknown place. This passage is filled with an unimaginable suction force. This Tide Abyss is one of those places." Ancient Demon Bay Lu didn't say more, and Wang Lin didn't ask more. He could feel that the young man was hiding a lot, but if the young man didn't want to say it, then asking was useless. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he slowly said, "Since there are 6 entrances, then are the exits the same?" The young man faintly smiled. This smile was a bit demonic, and he said, "There is only one exit, and it is in the Fire Demon Country." As he spoke, his right hand reached toward the glittering picture. The picture collapsed, but the specks of light condensed into a finger-sized crystal. He waved his hand, and the crystal flew toward Wang Lin. "Take this and infuse your divine sense into it. You can borrow my vision to see everything inside the Tide Abyss. This can also be considered a gift from me to you after our agreement is fulfilled." Wang Lin accepted the crystal and clasped his hands. "Many thanks, Senior Ancient Demon." The young man smiled and shook his head. "I should be the one thanking you. You can leave. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a while." Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. He disappeared without a trace and left the Dragon Lake. The young man looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to, and there was a flash of demonic light in his eyes. "I only need 100 years of time to completely fuse with the other 7 ancient demons. At that time, I, Jiao Bei Lu, will be reborn. Ancient Devil Ta Jia, you stole the spoils of war back then. After 100 years, I want to see how much you have recovered. Also, that little fellow has the aura of an ancient god in his mind. Although this aura is very faint, it is very pure. It is a great tonic for my ancient demon clan and ancient devil clan. However, the purer this aura is, the more I don't dare to try it." When the young man thought about that aura, his heart trembled. Ancient God, that is a clan that obtained most of the power of ancient gods during the separation. The aura in this little fellow's body is very strong. The aura that God Ji left in this person's body is at least an 8-star ancient god, and there's a high chance that it's a 9-star ancient god. Even if Ji Mo and I work together, we might not be able to win. If you wanted to kill me, it would be far too easy. Most importantly, there was an extremely well-hidden will in this aura. It made me tremble the moment I touched it. This feeling can only be felt by a member of the royal clan. It was through this trace of aura that I was able to use his blood to form a human form without worrying about his mind collapsing. I didn't tell him the truth back then. Even if I really have the aura of an ancient god, without that trace of the royal clan's will, I wouldn't be able to form a human form. Ancient devil Tajia and I were able to survive until now, so the ancient god must have been able to as well. If I leave him here, the aura in his body will be a disaster for me in the future. However, I can resist this temptation, but I don't know if GMO Tajia can resist it as well. The Tide Abyss was a very mysterious place in the demon spirit land. This was the source of the tides outside. Over the countless years, large amounts of treasures, crystals, and spirit beasts were sucked into the Tide Abyss and dragged here. At this moment, in the depths of the Tide Abyss, there was a large black fog. There was an open area about 1,000 feet wide, and there were several people sitting there. One of them was a middle-aged man. He looked very dignified, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. This made him look very ambitious. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle with a cold expression on his face. Dense clouds of death chi were circling around his body. In his right hand was a strangely shaped skull that he was constantly stroking. When his eyes opened and closed, they would give off a gloomy gaze that would cause one's heart to tremble. There were 4 people sitting beside him. They were all wearing blue Taoist robes and had large swords on their backs. They all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Just at this moment, the black fog in the distance churned and a figure quickly flew over. This person was also wearing blue and had a large sword on his back. He had a bitter expression and said, "Senior Greedy Wolf, the beast horde ahead still hasn't scattered, and there are even more than before." The middle-aged man was the Greedy Wolf. He let out a cold snort and said, "It was the old man who underestimated this place. The beasts here were all sucked in from the stars. After being refined by the mysterious force here, some powerful experts will appear." The Delu Sword Sect disciple, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly said, "Senior Greed, there are too many of these beasts, and they are all extremely ferocious. These beasts should be quite famous, but Junior has thought about it for a long time and still can't remember what kind of beasts they are." The position this person was sitting in was very clever. It was as if all the Delu Sword Sect disciples were centered around this person. The Greedy Wolf looked at this person. He knew that this person had a very high prestige in the hearts of the Delu Sword Sect disciples because this person was their senior apprentice brother, Chun Long. This person was the beloved disciple of Sword Saint Ling Tianho. He was very cunning and had hidden his cultivation so well that even the Greedy Wolf had to take a closer look to see through him. On the surface, this person was at the late stage of soul transformation, but in reality, he was at the early stage of ascendant. Among the 12 swordsmen, this person's cultivation wasn't the highest, but even Chun Yo, who was at the mid-stage of ascendant, was very respectful toward this Chun Long. After hearing Chun Long's words, the Greedy Wolf pondered a bit and said, "This beast is very strange, and the old man has never seen it before. This beast's appearance is strange, and this old man has never seen it before. The starry sky is boundless, and under the influence of the heavenly Tao, it is impossible for cultivators to know all living beings. This beast was obviously pulled here by the tide that occurs every 5,000 years, so it has probably been here for a very long time. It is not surprising that they don't know this beast." Chunlong no longer spoke, and everyone became silent. A series of sharp howls came from the distance. At the edge of the black mist, many demonic beasts with pitch-black fur and sharp mouth parts flapped their wings and surrounded the exit. Their slightly red eyes gave off a cold gaze, and their long mouths were enough to make one's mind tremble. If Wang Lin saw these beasts, he would immediately recognize them as mosquito beasts. However, their bodies weren't purple and gold. Chapter 632. Wu Ma, who was beside Chunlong, had a dejected expression as he whispered, "Any a monkey's body has already been devoured by those demonic beasts. Even his origin, soul, couldn't escape." A bitter expression appeared on Fifth Dragon's face. Apart from Wei Yang, who had died, and Zishu and Hai Zhu, who had stayed outside, the other 9 had followed Ravenous Wolf to the Tideland. The Greedy Wolf mentioned that after his observation, this place was the biggest treasure in the entire Demon Spirit Land. After hearing the Greedy Wolf's words, All of the Delu sword sect disciples, aside from Chunlong, were tempted. They had personally seen the countless treasures and strange things that would make anyone's eyes red with envy being sucked into the demon spirit land. It could be said that aside from obtaining the inheritance of Ji Yao, their purpose in coming here was to find those treasures and strange things. Chunlong had always been calm. Although he felt that it was inappropriate, he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. However, he had a trick up his sleeve. He didn't let all of his junior brothers stay together. Instead, he split them into three, with Chonyo leading the way to keep in touch with each other. In addition, he left Zishu and Haizhu outside. When they first entered the demon spirit land, everything went smoothly. However, all of this suddenly changed when the greedy wolf took out something from a cave. They were suddenly besieged by these strange demonic beasts and were trapped here. They were trapped here for nearly 100 years. 100 years of time sounds like a long time, but it was extremely fast for them. They were trapped in this abyss that had no day or night. The moment they went out, they would be besieged by the countless demonic beasts. His junior brother, Shunho, had died during one of those attacks. Even though he had used his teacher's sword energy to kill some demonic beasts, there were simply too many of them. Chunlong knew that even if they gathered all of their sword energy, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. We can't let this continue. Chunlong took a deep breath as he stood up and looked at the greedy wolf. His action immediately caused the other four Delu sword sect disciples to stand up and surround the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf's expression was still gloomy as he let out a hoarse laugh. "Dear nephews, what is the meaning of this? Senior greedy wolf, I want to know what you obtained in that cave." Fifth Dragon said in a deep voice. The greedy wolf's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he said, "You want to know?" With that, he slapped his bag of holding and an oval egg appeared in his hand. There was no vitality on the egg, only a deathly aura. Chunlong glanced at the egg. Along the way, he had gained some understanding of the greedy wolf. This person's cultivation method should be related to the death chi. It was reasonable for him to use it to cultivate. However, whether or not the greedy wolf really found this thing was another matter. "Little baby, out of respect for your master, the old man will forgive your disrespect this time. If there's a next time, don't blame the old man for being ruthless." When the old man started cultivating, you weren't even born yet. "Anyone who dares to speak to me like this will die." The greedy wolf's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Although his voice was calm, it was like thunder in the ears of the surrounding Delu sword sect disciples. Aside from Chunlong, everyone else subconsciously retreated. Chunlong lowered his head and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He respectfully said, "Senior, please don't blame me." Junior was just impatient. "After all, we have been trapped here for nearly 100 years. The greedy wolf closed his eyes and slowly said, "What's the rush? Your master will definitely come here in another 100 years. At that time, he will save you all." Chunlong sat down in the lotus position and silently pondered. He had already noticed that the greedy wolf was a bit strange. He seemed to want to stay here and wasn't in a rush to leave. There had to be a reason for this. While the Delu sword sect disciples were at odds with the greedy wolf, Wang Lin was quickly flying toward the exit of the fire demon country's tide abyss. Wang Lin had already heard about the tide abyss from Yao Shishue. According to Yao Shishue, the token that made Tian Yunzi and company go red was also in the tide abyss. Because of this, Wang Lin knew that the greedy wolf and the Delu sword sect disciples had mysteriously disappeared 100 years ago. He had a bold guess that the greedy wolf and company had likely gone to the tide abyss as well. If they had come out, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, if they hadn't come out yet, then Wang Lin had to prepare the only exit of the fire demon country to be safe. He used greater teleportation to quickly fly toward the exit of the fire demon country's tide abyss. As he flew, Wang Lin couldn't help but think about the strange space where Ji Yao's inheritance was and how he fused with the gray figure. The gray figure had used the celestial slaughter art. The moment Wang Lin fused with it, he felt like he was gaining enlightenment. At this moment, It was as if his slaughter energy went from 1 million to 10 million. However, when his slaughter energy reached 10 million, the life seals formed by the slaughter energy fused with each other to form a strange seal. This seal contained 10 million strands of slaughter energy. The moment it appeared, it lost control of Wang Lin and directly imprinted itself between his eyebrows. This seal directly penetrated his body and imprinted itself deep into his origin soul. The origin energy that had fused with his origin soul underwent a strange transformation and immediately cut off the connection between his origin soul and Wang Lin's body. Then his origin soul melted within 3 breaths of time and was completely absorbed by the seal. Shortly after, his body's vitality turned into gray gas and was also absorbed by the seal. Wang Lin personally saw all of this from the perspective of a third party. This caused his eyes to become cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. He saw his body, Yuan Shun, and everything else about him being absorbed by the slaughter chi. Then, the slaughter chi broke out of his body like a parasite that had absorbed all the nutrients in his body before breaking out of his body. This seal carried the smell of blood as it slowly flew out. With a bang, it turned into a strand of slaughter energy. This was the real slaughter chi. Wang Lin was startled. Even though some time had passed, and even though he was flying, thinking back to that scene caused Wang Lin's heart to palpitate. He let out a deep breath. The coldness and killing intent in his eyes seemed like they were about to erupt, but he immediately hid them. Wang Lin couldn't tell if what he saw in that mysterious space was real or fake, but with his understanding of the celestial slaughter art, he could vaguely feel that what he saw was real. While experiencing that mysterious feeling, Wang Lin recalled the state he was in at that time. It was like time had descended on his body, allowing him to instantly deduce a spell to completion and deepen his understanding. If it was someone with supreme talent, they could even create their own spell through this kind of comprehension. Moreover, after countless deductions, they could revise the spell countless times and finally reach a level of perfection. Sun Yin was this kind of person. Although Wang Lin's talent had changed a lot in the past 800 years, and his celestial physique, it was still far from being comparable to Sun Yun, a genius that even the ancient demon was stunned by. He couldn't create his own spell, but he used his agility and observation to awaken from that mysterious space in the shortest amount of time. He also used a decisiveness that even Sun Yun couldn't do and directly merged with the gray figure that disappeared the fastest. It has to be said that Sun Yin only awakened after most of the illusions disappeared. Wang Lin's decisiveness was not something a normal person could compare to. Even Tian Yunzi couldn't have imagined that Wang Lin would be able to obtain the mysteries of the celestial slaughter art while comprehending the ancient demon's inheritance. Tian Yunzi, I once said that if you don't betray me, then Wang will never betray you in this life. Wang Lin's voice was as cold as the wind from the 9 underworlds. The celestial slaughter art is indeed amazing. However, Tian Yunzi, you are too vicious. Luckily, my enlightenment is limited. At most, I can only comprehend 1 million. If my enlightenment was deeper and reached 10 million, I'm afraid I would have already become a mark, a true strand of slaughter energy for you to absorb. As Wang Lin flew, he let out a deep breath. Back then, the gray-robed Tian Yunzi said that because of my intent, he passed down the celestial slaughter art to me. I didn't think too much about it back then, but now that I think about it, when I was at Soul Formation in Suzaku, it was because Tian Yunzi saw me comprehending the cycle of life and death that he wanted to take me as his disciple. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were completely clear. He teleported and disappeared. I'm a bit paranoid about this matter, and I can't come to a conclusion right now. After all, Tian Yunzi is my benefactor, and choosing the celestial slaughter art was my decision. Although he wanted to push me, I still need to carefully observe him in the future. However, Tian Yunzi's cultivation level is too high. If I don't have the confidence to fight him, I can't let him find out that I know all of this. However, I have to carefully study the celestial slaughter art to see if I can break it. Wang Lin stayed at the exit of the tide abyss outside the fire demon country for several days. He didn't place any powerful formations or seals, but did the opposite. He left behind some simple but hidden restrictions. These restrictions didn't have any offensive power, but they could be used for tracking. If someone came out, unless their cultivation level was very high, they would be left behind by the restrictions if they weren't careful. Then Wang Lin would be able to detect them. After doing all of this, Wang Lin threw away all distracting thoughts and rushed toward the water demon country. He was going to enter through the entrance and spread out his divine sense to find Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had helped him, so Wang Lin had to save Zhou Yi. Aside from saving senior Zhou Yi, there is also riches. As Wang Lin teleported, his eyes lit up. Back then, he clearly remembered seeing riches flash by in the tide abyss. Several days later, in the western part of the water demon country, there was a place called the Cloud Sea. This place was surrounded by clouds all year round, and deep inside the Cloud Sea was a crack that extended for countless kilometers. This was one of the passages to the tide abyss. 2 men and 2 women for cultivators were standing outside the Cloud Sea and looking inside. There are 3 things I need everyone's help with. The first is to recruit a deputy moderator who has time during the day and can manage the book review area. The first is to verify your name, so you have to apply and have a place in the book review area. When you apply, please write down how you will do it. Those who are interested can give it a try. The second thing is a bit more personal. I'm looking for a graphic expert to make a cover for the Renegade Celestial. It would be best if the cover has a celestial and refined feel to it. If there is anyone who can help, please send it to my QQ mailbox ionergen at QQ. Thank you very much. The last thing was the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Being in the top 10 of the monthly votes or the top 15 of the recommendations was an honor to lead General. It was something that he yearned for even in his dreams. Now, he was only a few hundred away from a monthly votes and 3,000 away from the recommendations. This book is provided by the Chidian website by AirGen. Chapter 633. Among the 4 of them, one of the 2 women had her hair tied up in a bun. 2 strands of hair flowed down from her ears, and there were a few sparkling crystals between her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were like the willow moon, reflecting her pearl-like eyes. Her pretty oval face was like warm jade. Although she wasn't peerless, she had the beauty to steal the moon. She looked to be around 20 years old, but there was a hint of insight in her eyes that revealed a maturity that didn't match her age. She was wearing a white dress. Although it wasn't tight, it was still curvaceous and very attractive. Cultivators were good at maintaining their appearance, and those with high cultivation levels could increase their lifespan. It was very difficult to tell their actual age from their appearance. Beside this woman, there was another woman who seemed rather ordinary. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she looked soft and weak. Her slender body seemed as if it would be blown away by the wind. She wore pink clothes, which made her complexion seem rather pale. Compared to the beautiful woman, this woman was a little less breathtaking, but a little more pitiful. Beside the 2 women, a young man wearing a red robe gently said, "2 junior sisters, this is the Cloud Sea Mountain of the Water Demon Country. Back then, I accidentally found this place and lingered here. Although I haven't been to the Celestial Realm, this Cloud Sea Mountain is definitely better than the Celestial Realm. Brother Moron, what do you think?" This young man was very handsome and gave off an arrogant aura, as if he was the pride of the heavens. The other man beside him coldly said, "Not bad." Another man beside him coldly said, "This person was dressed in black and had a cold expression." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and no longer said anything. The red-robed young man faintly smiled. He was already used to the other person's short speech. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm afraid Senior Brother Du isn't here for the Cloud Sea Mountain." The red-robed young man smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, Junior Sister Zhao, I found a crack in the Cloud Sea. I'm afraid this is the rumored tide abyss." The woman named Zhao's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to speak, the black-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Very strong. The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed as he said. In the distant horizon, a streak of light pierced through the air and turned into a young man in white. This person's appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. He stood in the air and didn't even look at the four of them. Instead, he coldly glanced at the clouds and stepped forward. It's him. After the red-robed man saw the person's appearance, he was startled for a moment, but then a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. He saw that the person's cultivation level had already reached the ascendant stage. A thought flashed through his mind, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Junior Brother Wong, please wait." The white-robed young man was none other than Wong Lin. He stopped and turned his head to look at the four people. The first person he looked at was not the two women, nor was it the red-robed young man, but the black-robed man. This person was able to find me from 500 kilometers away, so his cultivation level is not weak. Looking at the celestial origin energy in his body, he should be at the early stage of ascendant. Wong Lin's gaze was calm as he swept past them one by one. His gaze finally landed on the red-robed young man. He was a bit familiar with this person. He was a disciple of the Tian Yunzi Red Division. Among the four of them, aside from the black-robed man, the other three were all at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. However, the red-robed young man was already one step into the ascendant stage. If he wanted to, he could reach the ascendant stage at any time. He was probably worried about the trial of life and death, so he never took that step. "Junior Brother Wong, I'm Du Jian." The red-robed young man smiled. He immediately knew that this Wong Lin probably didn't know his name. Wong Lin clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Du." Du Jian smiled as he pointed at the black-robed man and said, "Junior Brother Wong. He is the Mo Sex Murong Jua." As for these two, they are fellow cultivators from the Floating Cloud sect. The black-robed man, Murong Jua, carefully looked at Wong Lin and clasped his hands. "Wang Daoyu, I'm the Mo Sex fourth-generation disciple, Murong Jua." After Murong Jua finished speaking, Du Jian and the other two girls all revealed a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Along the way, the three of them had never seen Murong Jua speak more than 5 words. His character of being a man of few words had already been deeply engraved in their hearts. Even when they met fellow mid-stage ascendant cultivators, Murong Jua had never said so many words. In particular, this person had placed emphasis on introducing himself. The three of them had all cultivated for many years. Being able to cultivate to this level, they were naturally not fools. These simple words revealed a sense of respect for those of the same generation. The beautiful girl named Zhao looked at Wong Lin with her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. "Senior Brother Wong, this little sister is Zhao Yishuan, and this is my junior sister, Su Fei." Su Fei. This simple name made Wong Lin recall something. He couldn't help but look at the weak girl. The girl bowed toward Wong Lin and softly said, "Su Fei greets Senior Brother Wong." Du Jian looked at Wong Lin and smiled meaningfully. "Does Junior Brother Wong know Junior Sister Su?" Wong Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know her. It's just that Junior Sister Su's name is the same as Wong's when I was young." Du Jian faintly smiled and avoided this topic. "Junior Brother Wong, did you come here for the Tide Abyss?" He didn't try to hide anything or try to get information out of Wong Lin. He was very straightforward. Wong Lin's expression remained the same as he nodded. "Yes." Du Jian's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Junior Brother Wong, the Tide Abyss is very dangerous. Even if you are at the Ascendant stage, it will be very difficult for you to enter. Our goal is also the Tide Abyss, so why don't we team up? At least we can look after each other." Wong Lin pondered a bit. He knew how dangerous the Tide Abyss was. Before he came here, he used the crystal bay Lu gave him to check it out. There were a few places that he would need to take risks with his current cultivation level. If Murong Jua wasn't among the four of them, Wong Lin would have immediately refused. However, with Murong Jua, the situation was different. Although Murong Jua was at the early stage of Ascendant, he was able to find Wong Lin from thousands of kilometers away. So he must have some kind of spell. Wong Lin faintly smiled and said, "That's good." Du Jian had a smile on his face, but he let out a cold snort in his heart. It would be impossible for him to not be suspicious and jealous of Wang Lin reaching the ascendant stage in such a short period of time. He clearly remembered that when he first saw Wang Lin, he was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation. But now, in just a short 100 years, he had reached the early stage of ascendant. Also, it didn't look like he had just reached the ascendant stage. It looked like he had taken the first step into the ascendant stage a long time ago. There must be a reason why this bumpkin from an abandoned planet's cultivation level increased so fast. Also, he managed to escape a life and death calamity when he reached the ascendant stage. I fear this matter is not so simple. Also, if this person continues to develop like this, I fear that when he leaves here in 400 years, his cultivation level will be even higher. As a result, the status of the Purple Division will immediately rise. Evil intent appeared in his heart, but on the surface, Du Jian didn't show it at all. He had a gentle smile, as if he was really an older brother. However, the person he was facing was Wang Lin, someone who had gone through life and death situations on Suzaku for hundreds of years. He had experienced things that most people would find difficult to experience in their entire lives. So he had long been trained to be astute and intelligent. Wang Lin was the complete opposite of the bumpkin he imagined him to be. If Du Jian's life was compared to Wang Lin's, it could be said that his life was insignificant. The group of 5 didn't talk anymore and charged toward the cloud seamount. Clouds and mist swirled about, and there were even some that turned into illusory images of mountains and seas. It was an extremely spectacular sight, and at the same time, it also possessed a sort of enchanting beauty. Zhao Yishuan's beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Wang Lin. She couldn't see through this man. In the demon spirit land, she could even see through the hearts of the commander-in-chiefs. In the past 100 years, there had only been 2.5 people she couldn't see through. Wang Lin's figure looked a bit blurry through the clouds. Zhao Yishuan's vision seemed to be blocked by the clouds, making it even harder for her to see through him. The first person she couldn't see through was the Delu Sword Sex, Chenlong. There was always a layer of fog around him, and when she wanted to take a closer look, the fog would turn into a sharp sword that prevented her from penetrating it. As for the half-person she couldn't see through, it was Morong Zhua. Zhao Yishuan's gaze swept past Morong Zhua before her. Sometimes this Morong Zhua would be clear and transparent in her eyes, but other times he would be like a pool of stagnant water. This change made it very difficult for her to see through his thoughts. The last person she couldn't see through was Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared. In Zhao Yishuan's eyes, this Wang Lin was even more mysterious. This person didn't have a layer of fog like Chenlong, nor did he change like Morong Zhua. However, this person completely relied on his own willpower to lock his mind. He didn't need a layer of fog. He didn't need an illusion. He only needed to close the door to his heart. Zhao Yishuan's eyes revealed a strange light. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and casually looked at her before withdrawing his gaze and turning back. However, this gaze was like a sharp sword that directly pierced into Zhao Yishuan's mind. Is this a warning? This Wang Lin is very interesting. Even the Delu Sword Sex Chenlong only noticed me after I strengthened my spell. As for that Morong Zhua, he only noticed a trace of my spell. But this Wang Lin immediately noticed the abnormality when I moved my mind. Zhao Yishuan's eyes revealed a trace of interest, but it was quickly hidden. As Wang Lin walked, his eyes lit up and he revealed a sneer. These 4 people are interesting. Not only do they all have their own thoughts, but their spells aren't weak. However, among the 4 of them, the weakest should be the weak girl named Sue. There's a strange feeling coming from her. The 5 of them were all extremely fast as they gradually passed through the clouds. In front of them was a deep ravine in the ground, revealing itself in front of them. This fissure was extremely large. It was over 30 meters wide, and as for its length, it was over 3 kilometers long. It extended all the way into the clouds and mist at the end of the horizon. This fissure was like a ghastly mouth that had grown out of the ground, and it also seemed like it had been created by a divine ability. Chapter 634. The five of them carefully flew down the ravine. Wang Lin wasn't at the front, but on the right. As he descended, he observed the walls of the ravine. The walls of the ravine were extremely smooth, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon. When Wang Lin touched it, he immediately felt a chill travel from his finger into his body. As the five of them continued to descend, their surroundings gradually darkened. However, this darkness didn't affect cultivators much. They could still see clearly with celestial spiritual energy. The further down he went, the more branching cracks appeared, forming branches that looked like tree branches. Every branch crack was like a cave. It was dark inside. There were even some that he couldn't see through even with his eyes condensed with celestial force. As the number of branches increased, Du Jian stopped and floated in the air. Murongju's expression was still cold. When he saw Du Jian stop, he frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Zhao Yishuan and Su Fei stopped and looked around. The cracks and crevices were like huge mouths waiting for their prey to arrive. Everyone, there might be some treasures in these cracks. I'm sure the deeper we go, the more cracks there will be. Our goal here is to find treasures. Now, it will depend on our own abilities. After saying that, Du Jian's body moved and floated towards one of the cracks. Murongjua hesitated for a moment before flying toward another crack. Senior Brother Wang, why don't you look around? Maybe you'll find something. Zhao Yishuan smiled. Wang Lin shook his head. His eyes were calm. He didn't look around, but continued to fly down. Looking at Wang Lin's back, Zhao Yishuan's eyes lit up. She turned around and looked toward a crack. As for the weak girl next to her, she followed closely behind. As Wang Lin flew, he looked back at the two girls with a thoughtful expression. Why do I feel like there's something strange about these two? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked down. The giant crack was bottomless, and he didn't know how deep it went. However, they had been flying for a long time, and they still hadn't reached the bottom. Even Bei Lu's crystal can't see through the bottom of the tide abyss. I only know that there is a giant corridor below that connects to 5 other entrances. As for the exit, there is only one. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He stopped descending and flew upward. He immediately felt a heavy pressure coming from above. As expected, this entrance can only be entered, not exited. If I force my way out, the resistance will only increase. After confirming his guess, Wang Lin stopped and carefully looked around. There were many cracks around, and it was completely dark inside. He only glanced at them for a moment before looking away. Many people have come to this tide abyss over the countless years. Even if there were treasures in these cracks, they would be empty by now. After descending another 1,000 feet, I found a place that is very difficult to cross. Wang Lin calmly floated in the air. Not long after, Murongjua was the first to fly over. He nodded at Wang Lin and stood to the side. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, Wang Daoyu, are you familiar with this place? Wang Lin looked at Murongjua and said, There's an auspicious tree growing on the cliff 1,000 feet below. This tree is very strange, so you must be careful. Murongjua was startled. He nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, Zhao Yishuan and Su Fei flew over with Du Jian right behind them. The 5 of them reunited. None of them had found anything and continued to descend. Wang Lin slowed down and fell behind the others. As for Murongjua, he hesitated for a moment before doing the same. Instead, it was Du Jian who fell in front. The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye for the 5 of them. Wang Lin's eyes were still bright as he looked to the bottom right. When he used the crystal to check, he found that there was an auspicious tree there. This tree wasn't big or anything special, but when Wang Lin used the crystal to check, he felt a sense of danger. As he descended, his eyes narrowed. He saw a withered tree that was as thick as a person on the bottom right side of the crack. The roots of this tree were spread out, and most of them were floating in the air while the rest were deeply buried in the crack. The location where this tree grew was a bit clever. It was right above a crack, and the roots were like a curtain that covered the crack. There was more than one ancient tree like this along the way, but there was only one tree that made Wang Lin feel a sense of danger. There was a purple crystal flashing inside the crack. It looked like a treasure. There was no need to use divine sense to check. Just by looking, one could see that the purple light was coming from a flying sword that was stabbed into the wall. This flying sword was very simple and gave off a sharp aura. It was obvious that it wasn't something ordinary. When Du Jian saw the purple light, his expression changed and his body immediately stopped. He carefully looked at the flying sword and cried out involuntarily, "The heavenly fate sword." After he spoke, even Zhao Yixuan and Su Fei were startled. They followed Du Jian's gaze and looked at the crack. Wang Lin coldly observed and immediately saw that the weak girl named Su Fei wasn't looking at the crack, but the unassuming ancient tree. There was an almost imperceptible flash of coldness in her eyes. Du Jian took a deep breath as he looked at the flying sword inside the crack and said, "I know this sword. It is the sword of my teacher, Tian Yunzi. Teacher has a total of 7 swords, and he gave them to the 7 true disciples of the All-Seer 7 divisions as treasures. However, in these countless years, 3 of the swords have gone missing." After he spoke to this point, he looked at Wang Lin with a hesitant expression and said, "Junior brother Wang, you should have heard of Sun Yun, right?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he nodded. Du Jian let out a sigh and said, "When Sun Yun was famous, I was only an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect and hadn't been accepted into the Red Division. However, I have a deep impression of this sword. This sword should be the purple sword that teacher gifted to Sun Yun after he became a true disciple of the All-Seer 7 division." Wang Lin looked at the flying sword inside the crack and didn't speak. A flash of coldness appeared in Du Jian's eyes. He clasped his hands at Murong Zhua, Zhao Fei, and Su Fei and said, "Brother Murong, junior sister Zhao, junior sister Su, this sword belongs to my Heavenly Fate sect, and it is a purple sword. Today, I'm here to ask for some face from the 3 of you. How about this sword belongs to my junior brother Wang? He is a disciple of my Heavenly Fate sect's purple division, so obtaining this sword can be considered returning it to its rightful owner. Also, with this sword, his status in the purple division will be different." Du Jian's voice was filled with sincerity and emotion. Although Murong Zhua's eyes were cold, there was a hint of strangeness in them. His words were brief as he said, "No problem." Zhao Yixuan and Su Fei naturally didn't have any objections. Du Jian looked at Wang Lin with a calm gaze and said, "Junior brother Wang, my cultivation level is lower than yours, but I entered the sect earlier than you, so please don't mind me calling you junior brother. This sword belongs to your purple division, so I won't steal it, and I won't allow anyone to steal it. It is yours. I only hope that this sword can shine as brightly as Sun Yun did when he was on you." Wang Lin calmly looked at Du Jian. There was nothing unusual about this person's expression, and he had a gentle smile on his face. "If that's the case, then many thanks." Wang Lin let out a smile. He looked at Du Jian as if he was looking at a child playing with a cheap trick. Did this person really think he was a 3-year-old? When Du Jian saw Wang Lin smile, he felt like something was wrong. He had indeed underestimated Wang Lin. In his mind, if this bumpkin who came to planet Tian Yun didn't have enviable luck, how could he have been accepted as a disciple by Tian Yunzi? He had come here once before, but he didn't personally come down from the entrance. Instead, he controlled a puppet he had fused with his divine sense. The puppet was attacked by the ancient tree, and that scene scared him so much that he didn't dare to enter the Cloud Sea Mountain for a long time. Later, he found Murong Zhua and company, and only then did he come here again. He was confident that Wang Lin wouldn't be able to see through his thoughts. After all, that ancient tree looked too ordinary. Also along the way, there were other ancient trees that looked exactly the same, but none of them showed any signs of attacking. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the half-moon blade flew out. He threw it, and with a flash of black light, the half-moon blade flew into the crack. The half-moon blade was too fast, so it grabbed the flying sword and flew toward Wang Lin. All of this happened extremely fast, so fast that the withered tree in the crack didn't even have time to react. The half-moon blade flew back, and the flying sword landed in Wang Lin's hand. Holding the flying sword, Wang Lin's expression became cold. He squeezed the sword and it shattered into pieces. Even the purple light disappeared in a flash. How was this the heavenly fate sword? It was clearly a piece of ordinary iron that someone had purposely made to look like a treasure and thrown into the crack to set up a trap. Wang Lin looked at Du Jian, but his eyes were still calm. Du Jian's expression was ugly. He took a few steps back and said apologetically, "Junior brother Wang, I misjudged this sword." A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He rarely took the initiative to provoke others, but if someone provoked him, then he would show no mercy. This was the cruel cultivation world. If one was too weak, the result would be death. With one step forward, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and turned into a gust of wind that charged at Du Jian. Du Jian's expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated and shouted, "Wang Lin, what is the meaning of this?" However, with his cultivation level, it was very difficult for him to dodge in this narrow space. Even if he teleported, he wouldn't be able to dodge Wang Lin's spell. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind appeared. Although it couldn't kill Du Jian, who had Tian Yunzi's life-saving treasure, it was enough to pull him toward the ancient tree. At this instant, a piercing, buzzing sound came from the ancient tree. The tree collapsed into countless finger-sized insects that rushed out like a thick cloud. How was this an ancient god? It was clearly an illusion formed by a large amount of insects gathered together. His monthly votes fell again. His chrysanthemum kept bursting. Chapter 635. These finger-sized insects didn't move and were unpredictable. When they turned into thick clouds, they were even more so. If one looked at them with a naked eye, it would be impossible to tell the difference between the clouds and the cracks on the walls. Often, one's vision would blur and the countless insects would pounce on them. After these insects appeared, they immediately split into 5 groups and pounced on everyone. Du Jian's expression changed greatly and became pale. He had seen how powerful these insects were. Back then, these insects had drilled into the puppet's body and devoured its flesh, blood, and soul. At this moment, he slapped his bag of holding without hesitation and took out the life-saving jade that Tian Yunzi had given him. This jade had 3 life-saving chances. He had used it once before, and this was the second time. The mountain of jade slips exploded with a 7-colored glow that enveloped Du Jian's body. As soon as the light appeared, the flying insects stopped scattering and instead pounced on Du Jian, completely surrounding him. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the 7-colored light. When Du Jian heard this sound, his scalp immediately went numb. He immediately shouted, "Save me, Brother Morong, save me." Morong Zhua hesitated for a moment before his right hand formed a seal and pressed forward. The celestial spiritual energy in his body cycled, and a palm print filled with black gas appeared on his right hand. With a wave of his hand, the palm print formed by the black gas pierced through the air toward the insect that trapped Du Jian. With a loud bang, the black chi handprint actually passed through the flying insects. Even Du Jian, who was wrapped in it, seemed to become transparent. The black chi handprint came out of his body and directly imprinted on the wall behind him. This strange scene immediately stunned Morong Zhua, and at the same time, his expression darkened. He stared straight at the flying insects with an extremely ugly expression. As for Zhao Yishuan, she looked at the insects with a profound gaze. Beside her, there was a flash of thought in Xue Fei's eyes, but that thought disappeared almost instantly because Wang Lin's gaze seemed to casually sweep past her body. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. When Wang Lin saw that Morong Zhua's god art was ignored by the flying insects, his eyes instantly lit up. Morong Zhua took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. Spells were cast one after another, turning into various attacks that flickered out. However, without exception, all of them passed through the flying insects. As the cracking sounds continued, the 7-colored radiance on Du Jian's body quickly dimmed. A trace of despair appeared in Du Jian's eyes, but at this moment his mind became clear. He suddenly looked at Wang Lin and shouted anxiously, "Wang Lin, I know some of Master's secrets. If you save me, I'll tell you everything." Wang Lin didn't care about this person at all. He stared at the flying insects with a pensive look on his face. In his eyes, these flying insects were extremely strange. When they appeared, they were about to attack everyone, but when they saw the seven-colored light on Du Jian's body, they immediately gathered. Zhao Yishuan played with her hair and softly said, "If these flying insects run out, Senior Brother Du will definitely target us. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Just at this moment, the seven-colored light around Du Jian's body suddenly collapsed. Du Jian's mind trembled violently, and he immediately used his last life-saving ability. The jade slip shattered and turned into ashes that dissipated. However, the cracking sounds were like death knells that echoed in Du Jian's heart and became more and more urgent. "Wang Lin, I know the secret of your purple division's Sun Yun. I know why he betrayed Master. If you save me, I'll tell you everything." Du Jian clenched his teeth and revealed his biggest secret. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he looked at Du Jian. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a bright, golden light appeared in his hand. This golden light was one of the 11 golden talismans in the cave. This golden light shined brightly like the sun, emitting a boundless golden light that drove away the darkness. At this moment, the flying insects surrounding Du Jian let out a loud, buzzing sound and quickly changed directions toward the golden talisman in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that his judgment was correct. These flying insects were extremely sensitive to light, or it could be said that they loved to devour light. Wang Lin retreated a few steps and slapped his bag of holding. A glittering, translucent brush appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, several golden talismans appeared. The flying insects immediately split into several groups and flew toward the talismans. They surrounded the talismans and began to devour them. The brush in Wang Lin's right hand continued to move, and one talisman after another appeared. In reality, there weren't many flying insects, only a few hundred. However, they were the size of a finger and their bodies were illusory, so it looked like there were a lot of them. They surrounded the dozen or so talismans and began to devour them. This scene stunned everyone, especially Zhao Yishuan and Su Fei. This was the first time the two of them had the same expression in their eyes. That was shock. When this expression fell into Wang Lin's eyes, Wang Lin was startled. He finally knew why these two people gave him such a strange feeling, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. His body flickered, and he immediately arrived next to the shocked Du Jian. Du Jian was, after all, Tian Yunzi's disciple and the seventh disciple of the Red Division. Although he hadn't reached the Ascendant stage, his spells were still shocking. At this moment of crisis, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. This blood seemed to boil in the air and turned into particles. If it landed on Wang Lin's body, even with his cultivation level, it would melt many holes in his body. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his sleeve, and the blood Du Jian coughed out was immediately swept to the side. This method of merging essence blood into the origin soul wasn't complicated. Almost all cultivators knew it. However, this method was the most damaging to the origin soul. It could be said to be a method of self-harm to kill the enemy. Du Jian used this opportunity to quickly retreat. He slapped his bag of holding, and pieces of black sarcomas appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Although this tumor looked ugly, it was a piece of filthy flesh that he had spent many years refining. If a cultivator were to come into contact with even a little bit of it, it would immediately contaminate their entire body. It was an extremely vicious magical treasure. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and threw them all out. These sarcomas immediately exploded in the air, and a rotten smell rushed toward Wang Lin. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He took a step forward, and a stream of underworld river appeared with his right hand. As it swept across the area, all the pieces of filthy flesh were sucked into it. The underworld river was the filthiest river in the world. After the sarcomas entered the underworld river, not only did it not weaken, it became even more powerful. Du Jian was indeed very strong among cultivators of the same cultivation level. This sarcoma-like treasure allowed him to be invincible. However, in the eyes of Wang Lin, his cultivation level wasn't high enough unless he was determined to break through the barrier in his heart and take that step toward ascendant. Like a hot knife through butter, Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning and grabbed the despairing Du Jian. He didn't ask any questions and used his celestial spiritual energy to seal Du Jian's origin soul, cutting off the connection between Du Jian and his body. Then he slapped his bag of holding, and a restriction flag appeared. With a wave of his hand, countless restrictions surrounded Du Jian, forming the same restriction ball as Yao Shishu's. Then Wang Lin threw it into his bag of holding. Wang Lin did all of this very quickly and cleanly. Even if Murong Zhuo wanted to say something, it was too late. Wang Lin turned around and waved his celestial brush. The golden talismans immediately flew over and surrounded Wang Lin's body. The insects on the talismans didn't care about what was happening around them at all. They were focused on devouring the golden light. However, this golden light seemed to be endless. No matter how much they devoured, it didn't decrease at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he pointed with his left index finger. The finger of death howled and pierced through one of the golden talismans as if it wasn't obstructed at all. This scene, along with the fact that all of Murong's spells had missed, immediately caught the attention of Zhao Yishuan and Su Fei. Murong revealed a look of shock and said, "Ignore spells." After he spoke, a hint of greed appeared in Zhao Yishuan's eyes. As for Su Fei, his expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank. Only Murong Zhuo was shocked, but he didn't have any greedy thoughts. Three fellow cultivators, let us continue. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. There were more than 10 golden talismans surrounded by insects around him. This made the current Wang Lin give off a very shocking feeling. Wang Lin's body sank, and he continued to fly down. Murong Zhuo didn't say anything and did the same. As for Zhao Yishuan and Su Fei, they hesitated for a bit before following. However, they put some distance between them and Wang Lin. It was obvious that they dreaded him. Ignore spells. Wang Lin secretly shook his head as he flew. He didn't believe that there would be a demonic beast that could ignore spells, much less these insects. If there really was a spell that could be ignored, then it could only mean that this spell wasn't strong. Wang Lin condensed a sliver of Ling Tianho's sword energy in his right hand and gently touched one of the insects. The insect trembled but didn't die. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Lin's eyes. He only had one strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy left. Using less than 100% of Ling Tianho's sword energy was already his limit. The four of them continued to descend into the tide abyss. The places that Wang Lin found to be difficult to pass through with the help of Murong Zhuo and Wang Lin. Although it was a bit slow, they passed through one by one. In this, Zhao Yishuan and Shui Fei had also put in a lot of effort, especially Zhao Yishuan. This woman's mystic arts were extremely strange. Most of the time, when she attacked, there was no sign of it, but the power was indeed displayed silently. In comparison, Su Fei was a bit lacking. However, ever since Wang Lin began to have doubts, he carefully observed them. The more he observed, the more certain he became. I didn't expect to see people from that sect here. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to the two women. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wasn't willing to expose their secrets. As for that Murong Zhuo, his spells were even more shocking to Wang Lin. His spells were very complex, and from beginning to end, Wang Lin hadn't seen him use any of them. Wang Lin thought that although he could win against this person with his cultivation, if he didn't use any treasures, he would still be injured. However, how could this person not have treasures? If this person's escape spell was as strange as the short old man's, then if he wanted to escape, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to catch up. That short old man's origin soul is locked inside the soul flag by me. Once I save Zhou Yi and deal with the matter of the tide abyss, I'll have to settle down and properly cultivate these spells. With Murong Zhuo's cooperation, the two of them joined forces and finally arrived at the bottom of the tide abyss. Wang Lin was a bit excited, but he suppressed it Looking down, even with Bei Lu's crystal, he couldn't see everything clearly, only a rough outline. However, Wang Lin's target was already very close. Ancient monster Bei Lu had sensed that Zhou Yi's true body was here. However, even with Bei Lu's power, it was difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Brother Morong, Wang has other matters to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you any further. Wang Lin cupped his fists together. He thought for a moment and looked at the calm Morongjua. On this trip to the Tide Abyss, Wang is very pleased to have met Brother Morong. He said that if he needs Wang Morong's help, Brother Morong can just say it. With Wang Lin's personality, it was extremely rare for him to say something like this. Although this Morongjua had been silent along the way, he didn't hold back when it was time to act. When faced with treasures, he wouldn't be greedy. They weren't close, so Wang Lin didn't say much. Morongjua revealed a rare smile and nodded at Wang Lin. He didn't say anything and flew down. Wang Lin pondered a bit and sent a voice transmission to Morongjua. Brother Morong, be careful of Zhao and Su. If Wang is not wrong, they should be Serene's people. One of them must have an origin soul attached to her corpse. Morongjua didn't look at Zhao and Su, nor did his expression change. It was as if he hadn't heard Wang Lin's voice transmission at all as he flew down. However, his gaze, when no one saw it, faintly flashed, and he became vigilant. He had heard of Serene before. This sect was far more powerful than an ordinary cultivation country. Almost every cultivation planet had a branch of Serene. Their power was simply too great. Zhao Yixuan and Su Fei said their goodbyes to Wang Lin and also flew down. However, Su Fei lowered her head and carelessly twirled her hair. A strand of hair fell and gently stuck to the crack in the cliff. After the three of them disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his gaze fell on the crack in the cliff. He waved his right hand and that strand of hair flew toward him. He grabbed it with 2 fingers. It looks like the warning wasn't enough. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and rubbed his fingers together. A green flame appeared on the strand of hair, and a strand of divine sense came out. Before it could take shape, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy. With one blow, that strand of divine sense collapsed. At the bottom of the Tide Abyss, Su Fei's body trembled and a trace of blood came out from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 636. After crushing this strand of divine sense, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. That person's divine sense was hidden very well. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already paying attention to Xue Fei, it would have been very easy for that divine sense to avoid him. This Serene spell is indeed amazing, and his ability to hide his divine sense is very difficult to detect. I have to pay more attention in the future. That woman named Xue Fei was able to hide her divine sense in a strand of hair, so it is obvious that she is the original body. That means Zhao Yixuan is the corpse puppet. Wang Lin began to ponder. Speaking of which, the reason he was able to recognize Xue Fei had something to do with the slave Sun Tai that Zhou Yi forced on him. Sun Tai had a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet was only a child, but it was very intelligent and had a very powerful cultivation. The relationship between Sun Tai and the child was very special. It was as if they weren't simply controlling each other's corpse puppets. They were 2 different individuals. Thinking about Sun Tai's corpse puppet, Wang Lin couldn't help but think of Situ Nan. Situ Nan had taken over this child's body. I wonder where Situ Nan is right now. He should be living the life of a mortal king on a cultivation planet. There was a hint of reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, he was no longer a murderous fiend, but a mortal thinking of his good friend. There's also that Sun Tai. He is the head elder of the Serene family on Shizuku. He was thrown into space by the giant Demon Clan ancestors spell, so I don't know where he is right now. Wang Lin took a deep breath and put away his thoughts. His eyes lit up as he looked at the surrounding cracks. There were dozens of cracks, but none of them contained Zhou Yi's aura. Wang Lin would have to search them himself. Senior Zhou Yi was sealed in the Demon Spirit Land by Sword Saint Ling Tianho, so there must be Ling Tianho's aura inside the cracks. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he spread out his divine sense to check the area. Shortly after, Wang Lin frowned. He checked all the cracks in the surroundings, but there was no sign of Zhou Yi's presence. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding, and the crystal that Jiao Bei Lu had given him appeared in his hand. Wang Lin's divine sense entered it, and after a while, his frown deepened as he withdrew his divine sense from the crystal. If Bello didn't lie, then this is where he found Zhou Yi. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a pensive look. I don't think Bello would lie to me about something that has nothing to do with him. It's meaningless to him. If he wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have to use such a despicable method. He could have just attacked me directly. After all, the most important thing for him right now is to devour the other 7 demons. Unless this person lied to me and brought me here to kill me with a borrowed knife. Wang Lin's eyes shone with a cold light. After a few flashes, he scanned the area with his divine sense again and shook his head. If he said that Zhou Yi was at the bottom of the tide abyss, then perhaps the possibility of him killing me with a borrowed knife would be higher. But right now, this place is extremely normal. As Wang Lin pondered this, he spread out his divine sense once more. This time, he was even more serious than before. He carefully searched all the cracks, but the result was the same. Wang Lin silently pondered. After several breaths of time, he slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He shook it, and thousands of powerful soul fragments flew out. Under Wang Lin's control, these souls scattered and drilled into every crack. Wang Lin closed his eyes and sent his origin soul into these soul fragments. It was as if he was personally looking through every crack. He thoroughly searched through every crack. This time, his search was even more thorough. He didn't let go of even the slightest trace. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, several souls flew back. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his expression was ugly. I have carefully searched all the cracks here, but I can't find any trace of Zhou Yi's aura. Could it be that ancient demon Bei Lu is really trying to bully me? Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and his eyes became cold. However, his eyes immediately narrowed. That's not right. If I was Ling Tianho, I wouldn't seal someone in such an obvious crack. If I was Ling Tianho, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a pondering expression. Ling Tianho's sword energy moved through his body. He borrowed the sword energy to fuse with Ling Tianho's domain. The pondering expression in Wang Lin's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with a gaze filled with tyranny. Ling Tianho's domain was tyranny. He used his own tyranny to fight against the heavens and live his life as he pleased. As the sword energy moved through Wang Lin's body, the tyranny in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. If I were to seal a sword spirit that has been bothering me for a long time, I wouldn't simply seal it. I would make it yield to my tyranny. If it doesn't yield, then I'll seal it for 1,000 years. If it still doesn't yield, then I'll seal it for 10,000 years. If it still doesn't yield, then I'll destroy its spirit body and refine a treasure to make it yield to me. I won't choose these obvious cracks. If I were to choose to seal it here, there would be a reason I must seal it here. If I were to seal it, then I would choose. The tyranny in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. It was as if he was looking down on the world as his gaze swept past every crack. The domineering aura in his eyes gradually disappeared, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The moment the domineering aura disappeared, Wang Lin's body trembled and his face became pale. The domain inside Ling Tianho's sword energy is too tyrannical. I only borrowed it to comprehend a bit, and it almost injured me. Wang Lin took a deep breath and activated the celestial spiritual energy in his body. He slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword flew out along with the half-moon blade. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the celestial sword, and he took a step forward. Then he suddenly turned around, and the celestial sword in his hand released a surge of sword energy. With Wang Lin as the center, a vortex of sword energy formed. Break! Wang Lin let out a roar and suddenly stopped. At this moment, the vortex of sword energy charged out in all directions. Cracks appeared on the walls of the abyss. More and more cracks appeared until they covered the entire area. Break! Wang Lin's voice was like thunder as it echoed across the area. The walls of the abyss on both sides suddenly shattered, and large amounts of rocks and dirt fell off. After being swept by Wang Lin's sword energy, the walls within 1,000 feet of the abyss had been shaken down by 1 inch. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he used the celestial sword energy once more. The sword energy spread out, and the walls of the abyss on both sides rapidly decreased. Half an incense stick of time later, there was a small gap in one of the walls, and a faint aura came out from the gap. This aura wasn't Zhou Yi's. It contained an extremely tyrannical aura. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The celestial sword flew out, and the half-moon blade followed. They flew around the gap, and large amounts of rocks fell off. In the blink of an eye, a hidden fissure 30 feet below the abyss appeared before Wang Lin. This gap wasn't big, only 5 feet tall, and it was completely dark inside. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense entered, it was mercilessly knocked back by an extremely tyrannical divine sense. With this knock, Wang Lin's body was thrown back, and he smashed into the wall of the abyss. With a bang, a large amount of cracks appeared on the wall, and Wang Lin's body was trapped inside. A mouthful of blood came out from his body and came out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes became cold as he flew out from the wall. This caused Wang Lin's face to become even more pale. That collision with the divine sense almost caused his origin soul to collapse. If he was an ascendant cultivator, that simple collision would have shattered his origin soul. So powerful. Wang Lin stared at the gap. He didn't know how deep it was, but he was certain that Zhou Yi was inside. This was because the divine sense he sent out earlier belonged to one person, Ling Tianhou. Just the divine sense he left behind was enough to kill cultivators below the ascendant stage. What kind of cultivation level did this Ling Tianhou reach? Reaching the peak of the late stage of the ascendant stage is the end of the first step of cultivation. Only by passing the test to the yin and yang stage can one enter the second step, the 3 stages of Nirvana Shatterer. The 3 stages of Nirvana Shatterer are Nirvana Scryer, Nirvana Cleanser, and Nirvana Shatterer. Each stage is divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Tian Yunzi said he was at the end of the second step, so I'll assume he is at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Ling Tianhou and Tian Yunzi have been rivals for tens of thousands of years, so he can't be too weak. It is likely he is at the peak of the second stage. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of persistence. Compared to Ling Tianhou, Tian Yunzi, and company, his cultivation level was really insignificant. He hadn't even reached the peak of the first step, but Wang Lin was persistent. Ever since he entered the cultivation world, he had relied on his own hard work to reach his current level and become an ascendant cultivator. Although ascendant cultivators were like ants in the eyes of second-step cultivators, in the first step, reaching the ascendant stage was the same as being a lord. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed to between his eyebrows. The 100,000 strands of slaughter energy turned into life seals and surrounded his body. To be more accurate, this wasn't the real 100,000 strands, but there was one missing strand. Wang Lin extracted the last strand and fused it with his mind. This way, he could truly make this life seal grow endlessly unless he could shatter the last strand in his origin soul with one blow. He slapped his bag of holding, and the devilish armor turned into black threads that moved around Wang Lin's body. Devilish energy spread out and turned into armor that covered his body. More than 10 golden symbols surrounded by flying insects floated around Wang Lin, adding another layer of protection. After doing all of this, Wang Lin pondered a bit and then took out the 1 billion soul flag. The flag formed a large, black cloud that surrounded Wang Lin. Hundreds of millions of soul fragments roared inside the cloud. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze as he charged toward the 10-foot wide gap. The second watch was delivered. Chapter 637. Save Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi and Wang Lin didn't have a deep relationship, but that brief moment in the celestial realm made Wang Lin's impression of Zhou Yi deeply engraved in his soul. For the sake of a woman who was infatuated with him, he was willing to burn his own soul and not let go. His infatuation wasn't moving, but the clarity in his eyes when he burned his own soul was like the moon in the night sky. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene was moved. He gave something as precious as the ascendant crystal just so Wang Lin could help him protect this female corpse. Such a simple request, but it was Zhou Yi's everything before he died. After that, Zhou Yi turned into the sword spirit of the Rain Immortal Sword. However, the remnant soul that was born from him in the body of the white-clothed female corpse disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Zhou Yi seemed to hear the sound of the entire world shattering in front of him. When his heart died, he chased after Ling Tianhou with the sword energy that had no life left. He swore to kill Ling Tianhou. At this moment, he was seeking death because the thing he cared about in life had already passed away. Wang Lin's life had witnessed the cruelty of the cultivation world. Most of the people he met had ill intentions, and only a few made him remember them. Situ Nan Du Tian, Chihu Zhou Yi. Back then, he was only at the soul formation stage. Before Zhou Yi, he was just an unremarkable junior. But today, Wang Lin had stepped into the ascendant stage. He took a deep breath and stepped into the gap. There were some things that, even though he knew were dangerous, as a man with an obsession, he still had to do it. Back then, to save Shi San, Wang Lin fought against the demon general by himself. Today, to save Zhou Yi, even though Sword Saint Ling Tianhou's divine sense was still there, it couldn't stop Wang Lin from killing himself. The moment he stepped into the gap, Sword Saint Ling Tianhou's divine sense charged at him with an extremely domineering aura. It was as if it had become a physical attack and let out a thunderous roar. This domineering divine was like a sharp sword that could pierce through the heavens and earth. It directly pierced towards Wang Lin. The outermost layer of Wang Lin's soul banner also let out a fierce roar. More than 100 million souls gathered together and formed a soul banner to block the sharp sword. However, Ling Tianhou's divine sense was too strong. As it charged forward, the barrier formed by the 100 million soul flags was penetrated by the sword and stabbed toward Wang Lin without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with unswerving determination. He clearly knew that he couldn't continue moving forward, but if he retreated, he would no longer have the chance to save Zhou Yi. In one's life, one must do what one should do. If one were to be overcautious and indecisive, even if one were to die in 10,000 years, it would still be a life of chaos. The unswerving determination in Wang Lin's eyes turned into decisiveness as he took a step forward. At this moment, the sword formed by Ling Tianhou's divine sense became even more powerful and closed in. Without a word, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the golden tattoos around him gathered around Wang Lin. The sword energy landed on Wang Lin's body. Strands of white lightning moved through the insects on the golden tattoos and circled around Wang Lin's body. Then he took another step without hesitation. More than half of the insects around him stiffened and fell off the golden tattoos. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and put them inside his bag of holding. This step immediately triggered a divine sense that was several times more powerful than before. Bursts of thunderous rumbles echoed inside the narrow crack. The countless echoes fused with each other like the wrath of the heavens. The divine sense swept by, as if it was going to destroy all intruders. The soul fragments around Wang Lin's soul flag couldn't stop it at all. After it was broken through once more, it landed on Wang Lin's devil armor. At this moment, the devilish energy on the devil armor collapsed, and Wang Lin felt an unimaginable force rush toward him. He even had a feeling that if he didn't retreat, he would immediately collapse and die. However, a feeling was just a feeling. Even with Wang Lin's self-control, he was able to suppress this feeling. The decisiveness in his eyes became even stronger, and for the first time, he released the scattered devil soul that had been imprinted in his origin soul for hundreds of years. Wang Lin hadn't completely stabilized the imprint on the scattered devil soul, so he naturally hadn't refined it into a second origin soul. After he released it, a one-legged, black devil soul charged out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It let out a devilish grin, and its eyes were cloudy as it charged toward Ling Tianho's divine sense and sense. The moment the devil soul appeared, endless devilish energy that had never appeared before appeared on Wang Lin's armor. It entered the devil's soul like crazy, causing it to go from illusory to corporeal. It swallowed Ling Tianho's divine sense, and a storm-like aura erupted from its body. The tyrannical domain inside the devil's soul moved like crazy. The devil's soul let out a roar, and a hint of struggle appeared in its eyes. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul trembled, and he immediately noticed the instability of the devil's soul. Without any hesitation, his origin soul moved, and his divine sense entered the devil's soul through his eyebrows. He pulled out the imprint inside the devil's soul. Although the imprint was unstable, it had been imprinted for nearly 100 years. At this moment, the devil soul's body was sucked back into Wang Lin's eyebrows. Even the devil armor around Wang Lin's body seemed to be affected and turned into black threads. The black threads were put away by Wang Lin, and he took a step forward. This time he moved 100 feet. However, the third wave of divine sense that was even more powerful than before came from the depths of the rift. Amidst the thunderous roar, Ling Tianho's voice could be faintly heard. The voice was low, like a curse. The 1 billion soul flag couldn't resist, and he didn't have the armor anymore. At this moment, Wang Lin only had 100,000 life seals left. When the third wave of divine sense arrived, the 100,000 life seals quickly multiplied to 1 million. They used this opportunity to resist Ling Tianho's divine sense, and in an instant, the 1 million life seals rapidly collapsed. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled up. He let out a roar and slapped his bag of holding. The god-slaying war chariot flew out and turned into the thunder beast. The beast let out a roar and charged out. It appeared before Wang Lin and collided with the divine sense. The large amount of thunder around the thunder beast was like a ball of thunder, and it gave off sizzling sounds. The thunder beast's body gave off a large amount of thunder as it collided with Ling Tianho's divine sense. It continued to be pushed back. Borrowing this moment of respite, Wang Lin's life seals quickly replenished and turned into 1 million. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Passively defending was not the best method. If he wanted to charge in, he had to attack. Wang Lin took a step forward, and his right hand shot out the finger of death. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged like crazy, and rays of black light shot out toward Ling Tianho's divine sense, which was being blocked by the thunder beast. The countless rays of black light from the finger of death were like arrows. They created a series of ripples as they landed on Ling Tianho's divine sense. Wang Lin took another step and pointed forward. The demonic finger wind appeared, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body began to reverse. Due to the 4 drops of celestial liquid, even without celestial jades to replenish his celestial spiritual energy, the celestial spiritual energy in his body had never decreased. At this moment, under the effect of Wang Lin's demonic finger, the celestial spiritual energy turned into devilish energy. The scattered devil's soul in Wang Lin's body entered it and turned it into an extremely pure devilish energy that shot out from Wang Lin's finger. It wasn't just 1 strand, but 10 strands. Shortly after, Wang Lin raised his right hand and the underworld river appeared. He stepped on the underworld river and took several more steps. All of his spells gathered and bombarded Ling Tianho's divine sense. Wang Lin still felt like it wasn't powerful enough. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and the 1 million life seals turned into slaughter energy. Aside from the one strand hidden in his origin soul, the rest of the slaughter energy fused into one strand and shot out. As for Ling Tianho's sword energy, Wang Lin wasn't stupid enough to use it against Ling Tianho's divine sense. He was afraid that the moment it appeared, it would immediately become Ling Tianho's. At this moment, the entire tidal abyss seemed to be trembling. On the abyss wall outside the fissure, the soil and rocks seemed to be enveloped by a strange power. They actually separated from the abyss wall and floated into the air. All of the spells collided with Ling Tianho's divine sense. At this moment, the thunder beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Its body turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at Ling Tianho's divine sense along with Wang Lin's spells. A series of muffled sounds came from the tide abyss in the water demon country. As the sounds came out, the ground trembled as if the sound waves were coming out. At this moment, even Morong Zhua, who was at the bottom of the tide abyss, felt the terrifying fluctuations from above. As for the two women beside him, they immediately looked up and their eyes were filled with terror. Too terrifying. Could this be the power of that Wang Lin? Su Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The trace of anger in her heart from having her divine sense destroyed by Wang Lin suddenly disappeared. She made up her mind that this kind of person was not someone she could provoke. Aside from the three of them, the powerful ripples continued to spread along the wall of the tide abyss until they reached the bottom. There was a corridor at the bottom of the tide abyss, so when the sound waves reached this place, they began to echo. The appearance of this corridor was that of a circle. The middle was the black hole that led to an unknown place, and the outer part was the corridor. In one part of the corridor, there was a large sword. Half of the sword was stabbed into the ground, and as the ripples spread, the sword loosened a bit. The ripples passed through the corridor and spread far away. At this moment, at the exit of the fire demon country, where the people of the Delu Sword sect were trapped by the mosquito beast and black fog, the greedy wolf suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly. Ling Tianho's aura. Could it be that he came early? That's not right. Although this aura is Ling Tianho's, it is only a part of it. Aside from his aura, there is another. This other aura is very unfamiliar, but for it to appear here at this time, could it also be for the token? The greedy wolf casually looked at the Delu Sword sect disciples around him and closed his eyes once more. The ripples had already become very faint, so aside from the greedy wolf, no one else noticed it. In the Delu Sword sect, Ling Tianho, who was wearing a Taoist robe, suddenly opened his eyes. He had sent all 3 chapters to show his sincerity. The result was not up to the heavens, but up to the fellow cultivators. Chapter 638. The Seal of the Sword's Spirit. Ling Tianho, who was wearing a Taoist robe, raised his head and revealed a profound gaze. The place where the old man sealed the sword spirit is very well hidden, so how could anyone find it? However, as long as the sword spirit wants to die, it won't be able to break the seal. Ling Tianho pondered a bit and then closed his eyes. In the tide abyss, inside the crack that sealed the Zhou Yi, Wang Lin's clothes were blown by the wind and flapped against each other. He retreated several steps, his long hair scattered, and his eyes became cold. The attack from before had dissolved the 3rd wave of Ling Tianho's divine sense, but the price was great. The Thunder Beast was scattered and had to return to the god-slaying war chariot. However, a gap was opened in Ling Tianho's divine sense. However, this gap quickly closed and was about to completely disappear. The blood in Wang Lin's body surged and many of his meridians were blocked. The celestial spiritual energy in his body was not flowing smoothly. He took a deep breath and didn't immediately adjust. Instead, he took a step and charged through the gap in Ling Tianho's divine sense like a meteor. Wang Lin moved at full speed with this charge, creating a series of thunderous roars. This crack wasn't as long as Wang Lin had imagined. He charged directly into the depths of the crack, and a sliver of the Zhou Yi's aura was faintly discernible. Trespasser die. Ling Tianho's divine sense descended once more. This time, an incomparably domineering voice came from the divine sense. It entered Wang Lin's ears and caused him to involuntarily retreat. The entire crack began to emit crackling sounds as the divine sense echoed. Fine cracks appeared on the surrounding mud walls. Wang Lin's origin soul was shaken by this sound and immediately weakened. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. This Ling Tianho is too strong. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. Just the divine sense he left here to seal the Zhou, he already had such a powerful spell. If Ling Tianho's original body were here, what kind of existence would he be? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding, and a crystal-clear brush appeared in his hand. He held the brush and quickly drew before him. There was a flash of golden light, and a rune appeared. The moment this rune appeared, it caused the dark crack to shine brightly. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to draw once more. 2 strokes, 3 strokes for strokes. He didn't stop and drew 7 strokes. This was the first time Wang Lin had overlaid runes with the brush. When he drew the runes to attract the flying insects, he had only drawn 1. Although there were more than 10 of them, they were all the simplest strokes. With every stroke, Wang Lin could clearly feel a part of his origin soul enter the rune through the tip of the brush. The 7-stroke rune contained 7 parts of his origin soul. 7 strokes was Wang Lin's limit. After he obtained the celestial brush, he tried to refine it at the soul refining tribe. He couldn't draw the 8th stroke because his origin soul couldn't be divided into 9 parts. There was 1 part in his body and 1 part of each of the 7 strokes. He couldn't separate them unless he gave up his body and fused his origin soul with the rune. Only then would he be able to draw the 8th stroke. After the 7th stroke was completed, the celestial spiritual energy inside his body rushed out like a wild horse and fused into the 7-stroke rune. The 7 strokes fused into 1, turning into a circular rune. The rune looked extremely strange, as if it contained the universe. Its appearance was like the sun descending from the sky, descending into the crack. Rays of golden light were not only blinding, but even the origin soul would feel a stabbing pain. The celestial brush combined with the celestial symbol. This 7-stroke rune was a complete celestial spell. Its light pierced through the walls of the abyss, like a sharp sword piercing through the surroundings. At this moment, looking from outside the crack, one could clearly see bursts of golden light coming from the wall of the abyss. This golden light continued to spread, and in an instant, the crack that had been dark for countless years was completely lit up. This 7-stroke rune contained 7 strands of Wang Lin's divine sense. This allowed him to control the rune as flexibly as his own body, and it directly entered the depths of the crack. Ling Tianho's divine sense showed signs of dissipating under the golden light from the rune, but it soon stopped. Ling Tianho's divine sense let out bursts of roars and suddenly charged out. This time his divine sense unexpectedly took on Ling Tianho's appearance. The eyes of Ling Tianho, who was wearing a Taoist robe, revealed a domineering gaze. As he stepped forward, his figure turned into a ray of sword energy and charged at the rune. The rune and sword energy collided, causing the entire tide abyss to tremble violently. The terrifying tremors caused countless cracks to collapse. This shockwave was so powerful that it caused many parts of the water demon country to tremble. This shocked countless people of the demon spirit land. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he coughed out 6 mouthfuls of blood. The blood contained a large amount of celestial spiritual energy, and when it landed on the ground, it formed deep marks. The rune shattered, and 6 of the 7 strands of Origin Soul collapsed. The last strand of Origin Soul returned to Wang Lin's body the moment the rune shattered. As for the sword energy formed by Ling Tianho's divine sense, it was very dim, but its sharpness didn't diminish. However, the rune that collapsed was, after all, a celestial spell. Although it had collapsed, it turned into countless specks of golden light that surrounded the sword energy, forming a golden cage. Although it couldn't trap the sword energy for long, it could trap it for a while. Damage to the origin soul was a great injury to a cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Since he had come this far, there was no way to retreat. He charged forward, jumped over the trapped divine sense, and charged into the depths of the rift. With one step, he closed in. On the ground in front of him, a completely purple spiritual body was suspended. This spiritual body was Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's eyes were closed, and his face was filled with confusion. Aside from a spot between his eyebrows, his entire body was purple. This purple seemed to have a mind of its own, and it continued to move around Zhou Yi's body. There were also strands of purple on his face that tried to devour the golden light between his eyebrows. On the ground below Zhou Yi was a 3-meter wide spell formation. Strands of violet qi rose up from it, transforming into numerous magical symbols that made the spell formation even more powerful. As for the purple gas coming from the formation, it was demonic energy. This demonic energy came from the ancient demon soul of the water demon country. The reason Ling Tianhou had secretly entered the demon spirit land and sealed Zhou Yi here was because he had some dealings with the ancient demon soul of the water demon country. Their relationship was very subtle. Where this rift was located was a dark vein. This vein was hidden underground and directly connected to the ancient demon temple in the capital of the water demon country. This allowed the ancient demon soul of the water demon country to constantly send out demonic energy. The demonic energy was then absorbed by the formation and turned into a seal that could refine celestials into demons to corrode Zhou Yi's spirit body. Ling Tianhou and the ancient demon soul of the water demon country had made a deal. After Ling Tianhou sealed Zhou Yi here, they reached an agreement. The 9 demon spirit countries had 9 sky demon souls. The ancient demon of the water demon country wanted to find a demon that could withstand it and enter Zhou Yi's body. There were 4 treasured swords stabbed into the ground in the north, south, east, and west of the formation. Strands of lightning came from the 4 swords and entered the ground. At the same time, there were fist-sized balls of light floating above 3 of the 4 swords. A powerful divine sense came from these 3 balls of light. Senior Zhou. After many years, Wang Lin finally saw Zhou Yi again. However, Zhou Yi's body was surrounded by purple gas. If the golden light between his eyebrows dissipated, then Zhou Yi would completely become Wang Lin's and would never have a moment of clarity again. This formation to seal and refine Zhou Yi was created by Ling Tianhou himself. He called it the Celestial Demon Refining Formation. Although this formation was powerful, its focus was on the 4 swords on the ground. Ling Tianhou had refined the 4 small worlds into 4 origin swords, and these 4 swords were the projections of the origin swords. In order to increase their power, Ling Tianhou had split off 4 strands of divine sense to float above them. With such a powerful spirit body, he was able to completely walk out. Although it was slow, it was very stable. As long as the golden light between Zhou Yi's eyebrows was devoured, then the body of the ancient demon of the demon country would belong to him. Ling Tianhou wasn't a prophet, but he had been chased out of the celestial realm by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had been forcefully turned into a celestial sword spirit by the white-robed female corpse, so he had powerful spells. In addition, Ling Tianhou had been injured by the female corpse's celestial finger, so they had fought several times, and Ling Tianhou was in a sorry state. From Ling Tianhou's point of view, this sword spirit wanted to die and was willing to pay any price to release the limited life sword energy of the celestial sword spirit. It has to be said that the Rain Celestial Sword was the #1 treasure in the Rain Celestial Realm. Although Ling Tianhou had obtained one, he didn't dare to take it out before Zhou Yi. He knew that once he took it out, he would immediately be controlled by Zhou Yi. Although Ling Tianhou was powerful, he was injured by the celestial finger. This finger was too powerful and was very famous. With Ling Tianhou's experience, he was almost certain that this celestial finger was not a celestial spell that a celestial lord could use. This celestial spell was definitely a high-quality celestial spell that only a celestial emperor could use. One finger was enough to injure him. Adding on the fact that Zhou Yi had used the life sword energy of the rain celestial sword without any regard for his life, Ling Tianhou was in a sorry state. However, there was no doubt about Ling Tianhou's strength, so he was only in a sorry state. Later, he lured Zhou Yi to the demon spirit land and used the mysteries of this place to capture Zhou Yi. Then he used this opportunity to complete his agreement with Ji Yao of the Water Demon Country. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Ling Tianhou didn't expect that several hundred years later, Wang Lin would appear and change everything. Inside the rift, Wang Lin looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's body gave off a dense death aura. His heart had already died the moment Ting Air died. To be continued. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.